192. Clear. Undaunted, Smith, Executive Secretary of the HTUC, led the pickets. 11. The characterization of Ferdinand Smith as a pariah reeked at the breakup of the Popular Front he had once led. Negroes were being promised bright horizons if they would simply turn their backs on those they had once embraced, namely, those on the left. This may have worked in the South, where the decline of the NMU left coincided with the onset of state-sponsored desegregation, but this meant only that the South had caught up with other sections of the nation that were standing still or retreating to meet Dixie halfway. This was yet another ironic paradox of what came to be known as the Civil Rights Movement. In the North, the turn from the left led inevitably to ennui and anomie, which erupted in riots in the 1960s. Signs of this trend were evident early on. Communists had been in the forefront of the desegregation of professional baseball. Thus in 1946 Jackie Robinson, a major beneficiary of their activity, scribbled a handwritten note from Montreal to the National Negro Congress to say, "Even though I cannot be present at your meetings, rest assured that I'm in my own way working for the same things that you are. Never relent in your GHT against Jim Crow. Each of us has a part to play. Let us not leave the burden on the shoulders of a few." 12. But that is exactly what happened. The burden of many protests was left on the shoulders of a few as Robinson turned on Robeson and others affiliated with the NNC who had once been in the trenches with him. This weakened the battle against bias in baseball, as the continuing struggle to desegregate managerial ranks suggests, as well as the overall battle against bias in New York. Of course, Robinson was not by himself. Herbert Hill of the NAACP said happily, "I have been successful in exposing CP operatives and preventing their participation in legitimate trade union and civil rights activities." His work had been used by the Voice of America, he asserted. He attested to the loyalty of S. Edward Gamerikian, president of the Schenectady branch of the NAACP, who was personally responsible for the expulsion of known communists. These NAACP leaders took credit for involvement in the campaign to oust the communist-controlled United Electrical Workers as the collective bargaining agent at the Schenectady plant of the General Electrical Corporation. 13 Such developments put the conservative New York World Telegram in a cheerful mood. In the spring of 1950 it wrote, "Time was when the 193 communists running the May Day parades always had the maritime workers proudly up at the head of the line. After them came furriers, office workers, then electrical workers. This May 1st the furriers are in the honored RST position with half a dozen still dependable locals following before the marine workers start marching." 14 The NMU had borne the brunt of the purges, as their meager number of May Day marchers showed. The larger question, however, was, did Negro workers benefit from these developments? Was black labor now lost at sea, adrift, shorn of its moorings? The NAACP and the NMU seemed to think it was self-evident that these developments were beneficial to Negro workers, that Negro labor was neither at sea nor adrift but RMLY anchored in a new national consensus favoring desegregation. After Smith's ouster, the two decided to have full cooperation and joint action on all issues where there is an identity of interest. 15 This identity of interest evidently included attacking Smith and his emerging Harlem Trade Union Council. The HTUC, said the NMU, had no right to use the name of the NAACP in connection with its phony charges of discrimination by NMU officials against Puerto Rican and Negro brothers. This was made clear by Roy Wilkins. 16 Reprimand of the HTUC in NMU publications was facilitated by ousting a Smith ally as top editor and replacing him with George Streeter, a former New York Times reporter and former organizer with the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. 17 The NMU's and NAACP's attempt to place a cordon sanitaire around Smith to bar the spread of the contagion he presumably carried was not altogether unsuccessful. By 1950 a number of New York City employees were reporting that we can jeopardize our jobs by affiliation with the New York branch of the NAACP because of its record of cooperation with communist and communist front organizations and its infiltration by well-known communists and fellow travelers. They were worried that officials of the NAACP branch in New York spoke at a meeting of the Harlem Labor Council SIC. Its head was Ferdinand Smith, acknowledged member of the Communist Party. 18 Already weak HTUC-NAACP relations deteriorated further. The blockade against Smith was hardly porous. Shortly thereafter, Hulbert Horne, Negro vice president of the NMU and one-time Red and Smith ally, opposed Curran's re-election. He told of the way administrative campaigners approached people in the Union with the line that niggers are taking over the Union and 194. The big ships are being run by niggers and that new members are all niggers. Horne reported that Hoyt Haddock, NMU representative in Washington, had come to New York to see him. "You know," said Haddock, "Army intelligence called me in and said that there was a move in the Union to take over, that the Negroes were given preference and the Puerto Ricans, and there is an agent in the Union and their anger pointed at you." "Well, other government agencies are interested, too," he said. These included Navy intelligence and the FBI. Horne, then getting a losing battle against the slow but steady decline of Negroes and Puerto Ricans in the Union they were supposedly about to take over, was beyond rage, calling Curran and his allies corrupt, diseased characters. "They have no morals." 19 How could they have morals, he reacted, when the Union leadership was permitting Jim Crow and racketeerism to flourish while making the spurious charge that Negroes and Puerto Ricans were being given privileges and were taking over the Union. 20 Horne claimed to have sworn statements, by responsible officials and members, testifying to discriminatory remarks made by Stone against Negro members in the port of Galveston. Other affidavits deal with the sale of Union memberships and permits by officials of the NMU. 21 Horne was not far wrong. The New York Times reported that the Coast Guard is being guided by the advice of Union leaders who had major roles in setting up the screening program in collaboration with Naval Intelligence and Coast Guard men in Washington. 22 Disproportionately excluding Negroes and Puerto Ricans from ships and virtually eradicating a centuries-long trend. Government officials, ship owners, the FBI, the Navy, and Coast Guard and Curran met in July 1950 in Washington. Shortly thereafter, the U.S. Congress passed the Port Security Act and President Truman issued an executive order authorizing the Coast Guard to screen off the waterfront any seamen or dock workers whose loyalty to the United States it questioned. When Curran and his colleagues met to execute their version of screening, they were not working from a blank slate. Distressing stories of supposedly unpatriotic sailors, even Negro ones like Ferdinand Smith, dominated the airwaves. Ultimately, trade union militants, in addition to minorities, were targeted under the pretext of screening. "Experience has shown," said one progressive analyst, "that as soon as a seaman builds a record as a union leader on one voyage, he will be screened off the next." NEV 195. Nevertheless, about 70% of screened members of MCS marine cooks and stewards and 65% of screened longshoremen are Negroes. This is far higher than their proportion of membership of these unions. Most were union members at one time or another. 23 Juan Mendoza, an NMU sailor, agreed. He charged that there was a concerted effort on the part of the National Office of the Union, by Treasurer Stone and condoned by the President, to slander members of the organization who are of minority groups. At present, it is being directed against Negroes and Puerto Ricans. 24 Herbert Hill, the NAACP's leading official in labor affairs who had been prominent in removing leading blacks like Smith from influential positions on the grounds that they were Reds, acknowledged that the membership composition of the NMU is predominantly non-white and that some questionable things were going on that were adversely affecting their futures. Yet in no uncertain terms he told Walter White, the NAACP leader, "I strongly urge that the association take no part in the current internal dispute involving the NMU." 25 The attacks on Negroes and Puerto Ricans therefore continued unabated. Because these minorities had connected their rise in the ranks of the Union with the rise of the left, they were predisposed to the anti-communist purges, but this only enhanced opposition against them. Curran supporters were less interested in the real problems confronting Harley Mitts. In a Harlem labor conference that kicked off as rumors abounded about Smith and whether he would be shipped back home, a shipyard worker described the rise of unemployment among black workers because of the government screening program. He estimated that a staggering 80% of those labeled security risks were black. Hugh Mulzac, Smith's longtime comrade and friend, was among those banned from ever sailing again. 26 The ouster of Smith and his comrades did not augur well for Negroes in the Union, contrary to what the NAACP thought. To the contrary, African Americans who were reassured by Truman's talk about desegregation were in for a rude surprise. The purges were a signal that it was open season on Negro sailors. Black sailors in the South in particular were faced with the cruel anomaly that just as Jim Crow barriers were beginning to fall in the wider society, they began to re-emerge in their Union, which had been a premature opponent of Jim Crow. This could not have happened at a worse time. As the New York Times reported, the year 1949 was the worst employment year in the 196 shipping industry since 1923. There were VE men for every job available, and the post-war economic downturn meant that the devaluation of currencies in foreign countries has affected their ability to purchase American goods. 27 The Depression is in full swing, the New York Times reported. In January 1946 there were 70,000 NMU members, a 20,000 dip from the wartime high of 90,000. An NMU leader observed, "We're back where we were in 1936, but it's even worse now because prices are so much higher." 28 In a sense, the purges may be seen as a crude way to effect massive layoffs under the guise of politics. In this context, other NMU leaders saw Smith's staunch opposition to the Marshall Plan as foolishness. One analysis pointed simply to the importance of the European Recovery Program to American maritime employment, in that 42% of all exports from Atlantic coast ports was ECA-nanced. 29 On the other hand, the downsizing of maritime employment that was an emblem of the Red Scare may have gone too far, too fast. By 1951 there were complaints about the lack of seamen, though cargoes were urgently needed by friendly countries in Europe. 30 This slows foreign aid, the New York Times reported. 31 For the first time in nearly 4 years, the paper said, maritime unions are ending it difficult to furnish a sufficient number of adequately trained personnel. 32 Progressive sailors, particularly those who were black, continued to be expelled, though given the NAACP's position, one might have expected the opposite. Jesse Gray, a close friend of the sailor, Jack Odell the latter went on to advise Martin Luther King, Jr., and Jesse Jackson charged that Curran was systematically blacklisting the most militant rank and Lee Union men, with the brunt of the attack leveled against Negro and Puerto Rican NMU members. This brings to a head, he said, a 3-year campaign of unprecedented violence, intimidation, terror, and murder. Under cover of the most violent red-baiting campaign ever conducted in the American labor movement, hundreds of Union members were slugged, knifed, and arbitrarily expelled from the Union on trumped-up charges in kangaroo courts. Through use of hired Ku Kluxers in the South Atlantic and Gulf ports, hundreds of Negro Union members were beaten and driven from their Union halls. The foreign-born membership of the NMU, which at one time numbered 15,000 with a rich militant tradition of helping to build the Union, has been driven out in one of the dirtiest, most chauvinistic betrayals in labor history. 33. 197. Unfortunately, the diminutive, dark-skinned Gray was not exaggerating. A typical incident occurred in New York City in March 1950 when Smith's supporters had to beat off an attack by Curran's men as they were meeting. Some 80 Curran followers came by car and on foot. They carried milk can covers, bricks, tire irons and blackjacks. They smashed the glass door. When it was over, the lobby was splattered with blood and broken glass. The observer of this ugly scene noticed that the attacks had a racist thrust. Curran's strength, the National Guardian reported, lies in the Gulf ports where anti-Negro and anti-Puerto Rican elements swing behind him and where the Negro and the progressives dare not talk too openly. 34 Things were so bad that no one was shocked when 3 Negro members of the stewards department of a Texas oil tanker preferred charges against their supervisors after he claimed there were too many Negroes on this ship. 35 Another disturbing incident involved Jake Green, a member of the Union since it was RST organized and a sailor who RST went to sea in 1927. He had been elected patrolman in the port of Baltimore in 1944. Yet around 1950 the Coast Guard informed him that he couldn't sign on for trips any longer. This Negro was screened off the ship, under the so-called charge of being a bad security risk. Under the guise of security they have screened thousands of men off the ships and docks of our country. In carrying out these purges, denoted as screenings, the Coast Guard posed a lot of questions such as: do you have Negro visitors in your home? 36 Like one hand washing the other, the Coast Guard's aggressive maneuvers were buttressed by those of the Union. In 1950 NMU official Neil Hanley sent a mandate to all ports that included a list of names and book NOS that have endorsed the programs of the Communist Sheet Voice of the Membership or the Independent Caucus. There were hundreds of names on this list and the message was clear: they should be ousted. 37 The Seafarers International Union, SU, the PASIC counterpart of the NMU, had never been friendly to the idea of equality for Negro members. As the NMU moved steadily away from this goal, the SU too seized the opportunity to distance itself from this objective. As the screening of sailors gathered steam in the NMU, the few progressives left in the SU were reporting that it has not dispatched a Negro to any job in the past 40 years. Still, approximately 1,700 of the 2,000 jobs in the stewards department are held by Negroes or Orientals. The objective of 198 SU is to replace these workers and make West Coast ships all white. Russell Rivers had been sailing for 4 decades from San Francisco, where he resided. In these 40 years he never saw a Negro in the deck or engine department on any vessel he has ever sailed on. On the ship, the city of Everett, the remen and sailors ganged up on a Negro sailor and walked off the ship and forced the company to dismiss him. On the President Madison in Seattle, sailors refused to work with Negro messboys. Both of them were beaten up before the vessel got to Yokohama. One had his jaw broken. Stewards were earning the then decent wage of almost $700 per month, which was difficult to duplicate on shore. But now that the MCS was being outlawed because they were communist-dominated, their livelihood was in severe jeopardy. 38 The MCS, a union with an extraordinarily high percentage of Negroes and other minorities, and a close ally of NMU from the outset, was devastated by the change in the political climate. We helped organize the NMU, said MCS leaders. Nobody knows better than the charter members of the NMU of the assistance we gave them in their RST organizing efforts. It is we who helped organize the tankers on the West Coast and gave up the jurisdiction over these seamen to the NMU, which they later lost to Lundberg of the Subsailors Union of the PASIC. Now they were being repaid by Curran, fresh from his victory over Smith, leading the charge against them. This Democratic Union was about to be expelled from the CIO, though in referendum elections just completed, the Union elected a Chinese Hawaiian as Honolulu port agent, Negroes as port agents in Wilmington and Seattle, Jews as port agents in San Francisco and New York, a Negro as Seattle patrolman and a Negro as San Francisco dispatcher. Of the 8 members of the new General Council, VE are members of minority national groups. 39 members of minority national groups were not the only ones being chased out of the unions. Anthony Lucio of San Pedro had stood by Smith while others were deserting him. But by late 1949 he no longer could hold on. I intend to look for work, he said, as I haven't made no money sick nor worked from May of this year. How ironic that alien seamen were being expelled from the Union at the very time that so many ships were taking on aliens such as Panamanian and Liberian registry. 40. Cecil Brooks in early 1951 complained that once the purges started, it became hard to get beef settled and open discrimination against. 199. Members of minority groups intensed. Discrimination was driven by the fact that the main Indians on the officials in the Union on policy and other matters came from white Southerners in Gulf ports who took leadership in driving progressives, aliens, and minority group members out of the Union, a drive that found hundreds of Negro brothers expelled in the Gulf, without even a trial. 41 The United Rank and File Committee of the NMU, which arose in opposition to Curran, echoed this indictment, charging that our Negro and Puerto Rican brothers and sisters are the special victim of this screening program. It is no mere coincidence that 75% of all our members being kicked off the ships are Negro or Puerto Rican members, especially those holding key jobs aboard passenger vessels. In early 1951 it was reported that 2/3 of the seamen who have been screened by the Coast Guard have been Negro or Puerto Rican. In some companies, like Brothers, the policy is keeping all Negro seamen in the steward's department, a turnabout from their migration into the engine room when Smith was in the NMU. The same was occurring in the captain's roost. Hugh Mulzac was screened a short time after he renewed his license. There are no Negro captains able to sail today, it was reported in the spring of 1952. Violence was being wielded not only to disrupt the onshore meetings of those trying to GHT back, but increasingly on board ship as well. 42 Whatever the intention behind Smith's and his comrades' ouster, their departure did not appreciably improve the lives of Negro sailors. As their expulsion was also a prelude to the downsizing of the entire shipping industry via the proliferation of acts of convenience and the increasing reliance on low-wage, foreign labor, it is hard to say that this purge helped sailors in the United States. Ferdinand Smith's detention in February 1948, just after he had appeared at a rally for third-party insurgent Henry Wallace and just before he was to attend a Union meeting where he was to speak out vigorously against the Marshall Plan, was only one of numerous attacks on immigrants that characterized the early Red Scare. Radicalism was perceived as un-American, a foreign import that only quarantine could protect from society at large. Thus, the operative thinking was that the alien radicals had to be deported in order to protect the nation as a whole from the danger they were thought to represent. As the anti-communists looked around, they could not help but notice prominent, Rad. 200. Eichel, immigrant labor leaders such as, Ben Gold, leader of the fur workers, James Maddles, who led the electrical workers, Peter Harry Sides, who became a communist leader while an alien, and William Schneiderman, who became a communist and then a citizen. 43 John Santo, formerly Secretary-Treasurer of the Transport Workers Union, and Benoit Van Laken, a longtime member of the Marine Cooks Union, were among the Union leaders slated for deportation. Charles Doyle, detained with Smith, was a former vice president of the CIO Chemical Workers Union. He came to the United States in 1924 but was now married and the father of 4 U.S.-born children. Yet he was held for deportation after he had made a trip on behalf of his union to Canada. When he re-entered the United States to go to his home in Niagara Falls, he was arrested, convicted, and subjected to a jail fine of $500. Michael J. Obermeyer, general manager and former president of Local 6 of the AFL Hotel and Club Workers Union in New York, was arrested for deportation to his native Germany. He had lived in the United States for 30 years and considered himself an American. He had helped in the war effort among German Americans and made broadcasts in German for the Office of Strategic Services, but this meant little. Arduino Sousa, an anti-fascist Italian, secretary of the Chefs, Pastry Cooks and Cooks Assistants Unions of New York, was arrested for deportation to Italy although he had lived in the United States for 22 years. He had such a sterling anti-fascist record that Mussolini's black shirts had vowed to kill him. Pete Nelson of Everett, Washington, business agent for a local of the International Woodworkers of America, was arrested when he sought to return to the United States after a visit to Canada on union business. This native of Sweden had lived in the United States for more than 20 years. 44 Thus Smith was not alone in being ousted from the United States. That Smith was an alien, a black, and a red meant that there were 3 strikes against him even before he came to bat. Unlike his comrade, Harry Bridges, who managed to escape deportation to his native Australia, Smith was not as lucky. Given the prevailing political atmosphere, it was virtually certain that he would be shipped back to Jamaica. But this did not occur without a struggle. After being bailed out of government custody as a result of his February 1948 detention, he was arrested again. While his opposition to the Marshall Plan had hovered over his arrest, in June 1949 he was detained after I had organized and led a picket line of some 12,000 workers around the clock at the office of 201. Joseph Ryan, the East Coast longshore leader, who wanted to lift the charter of Local 968, a progressive black local. Again, he was dispatched to Ellis Island, where he spent 37 days and had his bail raised from $3,500 to $10,000 to ensure that he would not be speedily released. His third arrest came months later, after he protested the death sentence of Lt. Leon Gilbert, a Negro in South Korea sentenced to death for refusing to lead his men into a suicidal mission. His fourth arrest came in August 1951, days before he was expelled from the country. 45 Throughout the series of setbacks, Smith continued to speak his mind openly. After his release in August 1949, for example, he declared, "You know why Attorney General Tom Clark put me in jail? When I talk, 15 million Negroes listen. When I talk, 6 million CIO workers listen. They want to silence me because I am out to expose the failures of the South. They want to impose nightshirt rule on all of New York." 46 When he was expelled from the NMU in 1948, he did not know that this also would mean expulsion from the United States itself, though many of his supporters feared so. Like a gyrating yo-yo, Smith's 3 years in the United States were punctuated by bouts of detention, followed by periods of ever greater activism. The problems facing him in this difficult period were well illustrated by the government's decision to cancel his forgone bail of December 1948 and set a new bail of $10,000. The government wanted him to accept the immediate entering of an order of deportation in his case in order to facilitate his departure from this country. Smith refused and, on July 6, he was sent to what was becoming his home away from home, Ellis Island. 47 A month later the judge dismissed the writ of habeas corpus, calling for his release, and ruled that since Smith had applied for permission to leave the country, the government was justified in increasing bail. They would not let him depart, for they suspected that as a veteran courier, as Smith was alleged to be, and a longtime Union leader, which he actually was, he could do severe damage to what were perceived as U.S. national interests. His lawyer, Carol King, assured the authorities that knowing Mr. Smith, I am convinced he will not come back to the United States, but they were not convinced. 48 So it was that on August 11, 1949, Smith, ably assisted by the Civil Rights Congress, 49 a communist front soon to encounter its own Waterloo, was released from Ellis Island after depositing $10,000 bail, after 37 days imprisonment, but without any other agreements. 50 as 202. Smith's work with the HTUC gathered momentum, confronting corrupt union leaders on the waterfront, pressuring newly emerging television and radio industries on job bias, seeking to bolster third-party efforts. The Department of Justice stepped in. In a series of lightning midnight raids on October 22, 1950, they seized him once more. The war in Korea was heating up, as was concern about Negro loyalty and the presence of radical aliens. The newly passed McCarran Act was used as a pretext for these raids. While in detention on Ellis Island in 1948, Smith conducted a hunger strike in protest. The Brooklyn Eagle, a local newspaper, sarcastically called it the best idea he ever had, indicating its wish for his speedy demise. 51 He and George Pirinski, executive secretary of the American Slav Congress, were kept locked behind double barbed wire. Smith recalled that officials shooed us away from some sailors who wanted to talk to us on the one visit we were permitted to make to the canteen. Moreover, there were some Nazis, White Russians from China, among the VE 100 detained at Ellis Island, who were allowed liberties such as being permitted to sit outside an enclosure, while Smith, ARM backer of the war, was treated considerably worse. 52 Smith lost 27 pounds as a result of the hunger strike and the rough conditions he was forced to endure. But his most determined supporters continued to back him, some of them leading a movement to prevent his ouster from the United States. Joining him in the hunger strike were his fellow political detainees, radicals all, Charles Doyle, Gerhard Eisler, Irving Potash, and John Williamson. A circular produced by their supporters referred to Smith as Labor's most prominent Negro leader and railed at the indignities he had to endure. The VE prisoners, all prominent in labor, radical, and artistic circles, became good friends, real brothers. We read until our eyes burned, we discussed national and international questions. They went on a collective hunger strike to protest the authorities' decision to refuse them bail. Immediately guards were posted in our cell and stayed with us every second of the night and day for 24 hours of the day, one of the guards accompanying us even if one of us had to go to the washroom and staying in the washroom with us all the time we were there. We suffered great hunger pains and headaches which we tried to GHT by drinking water. We began to tire more easily, could not read as much as before and had to lie down more often. The hundreds of letters and wires. 203. Each one of us received were really, a good substitute for meals. On the fourth day of our strike we were taken to a room in the Marine Hospital on Ellis Island. There were many visitors and Nally, on March 6, after about 3 weeks of detention, they were released on bail. They wolfed down some soup and some fruit juice and then quickly left for Manhattan. When we arrived in New York a crowd awaited us, among them Navy seamen who gave Smith an ovation. That was the only time we saw Smith get weak. He could not keep tears from filling his eyes when he was embraced by his fellow workers. The authorities on Ellis Island were worried about the tremendous protest in our behalf, and decided to release them. They were also responding to the fact that their supporters had picketed the White House. 53 6 days with no food and the joy of seeing supporters of all nationalities greeting him gripped Smith, known to his friends as Smitty, as he took the microphone. "I want to get back to my seamen," he told them. He pointed to the irony of starving in a dank Ellis Island jail cell while only a few steps away the Statue of Liberty mocked their condition. 54 An all-day vigil was held in Detroit to protest Smith's detention, with labor, civic and political leaders maintaining a 24-hour continuous picket line before immigration offices in support of the imprisoned men, though the snow and sleet were ankle-deep. 55 Smith's comrades in the Union, together with the MCS and ILWU, issued stamps bearing the slogan "An injury to one is an injury to all" to raise funds for their campaign. Even Philip Murray of the CIO spoke out on Smith's behalf, 56 as did the leader of the New York State CIO and a large number of other AFL and CIO unions. 57 In a tense New Orleans a number of left-old unions, including the fur and leather workers, backed Smith, though Fred Piper, state CIO director dissented, saying, "The CIO is not interested in Smith." 58 Piper sensed before the others that despite the hunger strike and marches Smith was on his way out. There were protests from San Francisco and St. Louis, Seattle, and Brooklyn. Robeson wrote him words of encouragement, addressing him as Ferdy, and he commiserated with "My dear Paul. I hope that you are well, and not being overworked." Smith, then suffering in prison, asked magnanimously, "I am as T as can be and in the very best of spirit." 59 The U.S. immigration authorities were not similarly motivated by magnanimity and, thus, probed relentlessly into Smith's ideology and 204 family life to justify his removal from the country. They sought to destroy his spirit by demonstrating his untness. As early as April 1945, they noted that although Smith is married to a colored woman by whom he has a child, he has been living here in New York City with a white woman. Smith's present wife has led suit for divorce from him in the Supreme Court at Foley Square and a separation agreement has been signed. 60. The insistent probing into his personal life in the hearings that followed was overshadowed only by the intense scrutiny of his ideas. Spring was descending in Manhattan as Smith walked into the hearing at 70 Columbus Avenue. Perhaps he looked ruefully at George Hewitt, also known as Tim Holmes, a former communist functionary who was a chief witness against him. He was really afraid, said Hewitt, that Smith's cronies would exact retribution because his testimony would contradict Smith's own words. Eugene Worthen, Victor Campbell, Enrique Gonzalez, Manning Johnson, Anthony Hennessy, and George Crosby were not as reticent. They contradicted Smith's testimony with gusto. Not only was he a Red, they said he was in meetings with some of them, they alleged, but he was also a courier, transporting sensitive information across borders for the communists. Harry Alexander, acting agent in embattled New Orleans, was happy to say that in February 1948, as Smith was languishing in an Ellis Island cell, at an NMU meeting with over 550 members present, the membership voted with only 18 dissenting votes to support our government in its action against Smith. Another resolution introduced to support Smith was rejected by a similar margin. No tears would be shed at Union headquarters if he were to be deported. 61 other witnesses were not as convincing as Alexander. Gonzalez was so nervous about discussing his former Red ties that he tied himself up in knots, reducing his credibility as a witness. I joined the party in 1939, he said stumblingly, I mean 1936, I believe in December or January 1940, I meant January 1937. I mean the end of December 1936 or the beginning of January 1937. 62. When asked whether he was a Communist Party member, Smith answered bluntly, never. He said this more than once. He confessed to having attended open meetings of the party at its hall once at 23rd and 10th, then at 25 Th Street and 8th Avenue. Choosing his words carefully, he testified, I have never reported to the political bureau or any bureau of the party. I have never officiated at any time as chair. 205. Man or any official capacity of the party. I have not attended any waterfront section meetings for the past 4 years. Of course, on more than one occasion, yes, he had been asked to join the party, but this did not come to pass. When NMU members in Baltimore wanted to make a contribution to the Daily Worker, they were turned down on the basis of being contrary to the policy of the Union. Immigration authorities did not find his testimony credible. What about his working for the campaign to elect the black communist, Ben Davis, to his office? I was never asked, nor did I give any authorization to use my name. If it was used, I don't know about it, he replied simply. The Anchor Club or the Seamen's Club of the party? No, he was not a member. He had not studied any of Marx's theory as he was too busy. He had never subscribed to the party's theoretical journal, The Communist, and had not read it in several years. The USSR? He didn't know enough to render an opinion. His ties to the New York Jewish communist leader, Israel Emter, were subject to repeated interrogation. Yes, he knew him, but, then again, he knew a lot of people, given that he was the number 2 leader of one of the most powerful unions in the nation's largest city. An informant advised Smith's prosecutors that even Curran was willing to testify that the subject at the time asked him to join the Communist Party. So how could they believe Smith? 63. Since his rebuttal of his party ties was not found credible, there was added incentive to pry into his personal life. Thus he was asked, have you been intimate with, have you had sexual relationships with women other than your wife since you were separated? No, he said, though it was true that he was not living with his spouse, but supporting her. What about Frances Bryant? Oh yes, she was a member and official of the union in charge of the women in the union ousted from the union for misconduct prior to Smith's own forced departure, but, no, he had not slept with her. It is a very personal question, isn't it? Do I have to answer such personal questions? My answer is no, he testified at one point. Yet, perhaps unbeknown to Smith, the authorities had spoken to Greta and Barney Lynch and to Leon Luria, the honorary physician of the Union. Greta and Barney Lynch were thought willing to give information regarding Smith's relations with Francis Bryant. Though Leon Luria knew something about Smith's relationship, he was 206. Reluctant to share what he knew. In any case, the authorities had reason to believe that he was not telling the truth. How could Smith deny his friendship with this white woman, named Frances, 32 years old in 1940, with brown eyes, brown hair, and Christian? Wasn't he aware that some of the other members are now complaining that she lives in too much luxury at the Tony Tudor City apartment complex close by where the United Nations eventually built its headquarters? Didn't he say that sooner than give her up, he would quit the NMU? Wasn't her photograph on his desk at the Union office as he spoke that very moment? Although the authorities made several scurrilous allegations, they found it hard to rebut the assertion of the woman in question denying intimate association or cohabitation with Smith, at any time or place. Moreover, his accusers' credibility was challenged when they characterized Ms. Bryant falsely as growing about 9 inches in height and 70 pounds in weight from the time she testified at the immigration hearing until the time agents chased her down in San Francisco, months later. Still, they claimed her character appears to be very poor, though obviously very intelligent and clever, not to mention fairly attractive and extremely intelligent. She claimed to not be a party member. Yes, she did work once for the Union, and yes, she left on less than pleasant terms, accused of misappropriation of funds, but her relations with Smith were above board. In fact, she had given him a good tongue lashing upon her departure, presumably for not adequately coming to her defense. Sure, she knew that rumors circulated about her by her enemies. Then again, rumors were also circulated that she liked women, and she believed this was started because she had refused to have anything to do with the Union heads. Now she was being interrogated relentlessly about a supposed affair with a Union head. Where was the justice? Immigration agents did not believe her anyway. They gained the impression that Mrs. Bryant was not telling the truth concerning her cohabitation with Smith, and that she was putting on a show of friendly cooperation in order to evade disclosing information of value in this investigation. So they slapped a mail cover on her, monitoring those who wrote to her. Bryant was only one of a number of alleged paramours Smith was asked about, as they painted a picture of him as an aging roue, a stereo. 207. Typical Negro sailor with an unbridled libido. What about Dorothy Greenlee, white, and one, Beulah Green, colored, he was asked. The latter was at present in love with the subject, but this appears to be a one-sided affection. And what about Ruby Brown, who also used to work at Union headquarters but was now working as a dressmaker? Wasn't he sharing an apartment with her at 270 Convent Avenue #3A at $75 per month? Yes, that was true, he said. She is the tenant of this apartment and has the lease. She rents a room to the subject for which he pays $8 a week. He occupies the room alone. Her daughter was 19 years old and usually lives in the apartment. It was all quite proper. Sure, he knew that she is the wife of Dr. Amos, from whom she is separated. It had to be painful for Smith when his former wife, Irene Smith, residing at 1077 Boston Road in the Bronx, testified against him. We just couldn't get along, she now remembered. There were lots of women. She recalled that Smith conducted himself like a typical sailor, saying he was out at night on business, but it was not the kind of business that he claimed. And, of course, I argued with him over it. Immigration charged that Smith came home drunk and taunted her about his other affairs. I feel we will reconcile, she said, perhaps unrealistically. Yet she did not contradict the central political aspect of Smith's defense. She did not know at all whether he was a communist. Not only was Smith a bad husband, alleged the authorities, but he was also a bad father, typical of the kind of moral degeneracy that characterized alien Reds, polluting the nation and poisoning the atmosphere, or so it was suggested. Writing from the school cottage in Mandeville, high in the hills of Jamaica, their unhappy daughter, Stephanie, wrote to dearest mommy and daddy, that your silence has really made me feel depressed, as it is not your habit to write for so long, especially daddy, as he always write every week sick. Smith seemed to be taken aback by it all. When the judge asked my wife had she seen me during the period of our separation, she said, yes. She wanted reconciliation. The judge then told her that he was going to hold the case in abeyance until she made up her mind what she wanted, because in her summons she stated that she wanted to be rid of me forever. Understandably, his wife, the mother of his daughter, had ambivalent feelings about him, as he had been a sailor and often away from home. My daughter and I, who are very friendly. 208. Is sick trying to patch up my wife and myself. The differences are not serious, just that we do not get along. The immigration authorities were not buying this. They charged Smith with moral decrepitude. They accused him of operating a house of prostitution in Harlem, and engaging in the numbers racket, and, worst of all, of being intimately associated with a number of white women, including Madeline Ford, a communist. This was common knowledge in maritime labor circles. The immigration authorities charged that even as Smith was arriving for a hearing in U.S. District Court in mid-July 1949, the activist Abner Green handed him a sealed envelope, which the security officer present immediately took. Green told Smith that the envelope came from a lady spectator. "Ferdy dear," she addressed him, acknowledging that she was bitter and sad about his looming ouster from the United States. "Maybe we can meet in Jamaica," she said. "If these letters or my calls or anything have created any embarrassment in your present relationship, please forgive me, for I love you entirely. When I chose my direction about 13 years ago, it was to be with Smith." She enclosed $25. Unlike his now alienated spouse, if the FBI could come to get me any time, they might end a sort of tiger. 64. The FBI thought Smith a veritable reprobate for getting women to swoon over him, risk their well-being, and pledge their undying love. In his defense, Smith charged the United States with violating the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by ill-treating immigrants like himself and his comrade, Claudia Jones. At one hearing, Smith refused to testify at all, not wanting to subject himself to further probing and prodding. His attorney, Herman Rosenfeld, called the proceeding illegal, without effect. "I think I would be quoting Mr. Smith accurately if, to use the vernacular, I would call it a kangaroo court." 65. Nevertheless, it was a disastrous encounter for Smith. With his unsteady immigration status, a string of potentially dissatisfied lovers, and a former spouse willing to speak frankly to his prosecutors, Smith was trapped. Smith probably did not know that government agents were combing through the neighborhoods in which he had lived since arriving in Manhattan some 20 years earlier. He had resided at 375 Manhattan Avenue, then at 350 Manhattan, then at 295 Convent Avenue, and was currently at 270 Convent. All his neighbors past and present received pointed visits from white men in cheap suits with probing. 209. Questions. Most of his neighbors had nothing to say, others were probably afraid to publicly rise to Smith's defense on the picket lines. 66. The federal authorities had been monitoring Smith's contacts with the communists for some time. His denial of intimate knowledge of them likely increased their suspicions of him. In the early spring of 1940 they recorded that Smith and other high executives of the NMU visited party headquarters very often, had conferences with Roy Hudson, who passed orders and instructions. In a gross understatement, the FBI asserted that the waterfront section of the Communist Party is considered by the CP as one of its most important units. Worse, the NMU is one of the party's main sources for recruiting new members. Smith's offenses had not escaped their attention either. Smith was put in his job of secretary of the NMU by the Communist Party, but was asked to resign his position by Al Lannon of the CP until his personal affairs can be straightened out, but he refuses to do so. 67. How could Smith deny his communist ties given all this? They asked. They had raided the waterfront section, number 28 of the Communist Party of America at 23rd and 7th Avenue, at which approximately 100 FTY members of the CP were in attendance. As a result of this raid, all of the members attending the meeting and the leaders were taken into custody, including Smith. 68 The FBI believed they could manipulate the connects between Smith and the party. In 1943 they alleged that he was reputed to keep his own law of communist activities, which indicated a rift. 69 Smith was strongly anti-white, J. Edgar Hoover said in a spectacularly inaccurate characterization that casts doubt on virtually all their perceptions of him, not least his supposed love affairs with white women. 70 Such faulty characterizations notwithstanding, the FBI stepped up their scrutiny of him. Despite the wartime détente, the FBI in 1944 took up surveillance at Smith's residence, 270 Convent Avenue, and saw Roy Hudson enter the apartment house about 3:15 p.m. The NMU had a very heated debate about the Smith nomination after his problematic immigration status was discovered. 71 With such intense scrutiny, government authorities knew about Smith's personal and professional activities and were in an advantageous position to challenge his testimony. Moreover, they were disturbed by what they found, which only increased their desire to evict him from the United States. On the waterfront of New York, said the FBI, the Negroes who are seamen stew. 210. Ards, cooks, oilers, and wipers cannot ship out unless they pick up a party membership card. Smith, a graduate of Red Annapolis, a party-administered encampment only 65 miles north of New York City, was the alleged maestro of this Red Orchestra. 72 Yet Smith denied knowledge of all this at his immigration hearing, though one witness was willing to testify that in 1942 Smith was a member of the Communist Party as well as a member of the National Committee of the Communist Party for 8 years. He was said to have been present at a regular meeting of the party that was packed due to the interest of the members in the explanations as to the dissolution of the Comintern. Smith persisted in maintaining that the Communist Party was a virtual stranger to him. 73 The government questioned this claim. Why was he present at a fall 1945 reception honoring the USSR where toasts were raised in honor of Premier Stalin? 74 Why, a scant 2 years later, did he join others in cabling Stalin on his 70th birthday stating, "We united, however, in hailing your leadership in uprooting racial discrimination and oppression from your land of many peoples?" 75 Would anyone other than a card-carrying Red engage in such actions? Weeks after Smith was detained in 1948, the FBI was mulling over a persistent rumor in waterfront circles which appears to be gaining wide circulation. This rumor would indicate that a good possibility exists that Harry Bridges may leave this country for Mexico in the event that strenuous investigation is started aimed at proving that his citizenship was fraudulently obtained. The rumor indicates the possibility that Smith might join Bridges and the two would seek to operate an international maritime setup based on the consolidation of left-wing U.S. maritime unions, a proposition which has been widely advocated by the communist group for some time past. 76 To the FBI this was a frightening prospect, fraught with grave consequences, an alien Australian and his Jamaican comrade operating beyond Washington's jurisdiction, with a stranglehold over U.S. imports and exports, all the while working to advance the goals of communism. Apart from Smith's political activities, the FBI also noted persistent rumors of allegedly illicit business activity, such as running a crimp joint for sailors and his supposed plans to open a restaurant in Harlem. Since he was by trade a chef or steward, the FBI assumed the venture would be a guaranteed success. He was said to be affiliated with the Harlem Corporation which was interested in purchasing 211 surplus vessels for use in the African river trade. 77 Though the evidence for such assertions was scant at best, the FBI continued to wring its hands over rumors of Smith's involvement in prostitution and illegal gambling. Nevertheless, the overriding reason for the government's eagerness to deport him was because of his ties to the Communist Party, the importance of which was magnified by his powerful Union position. The authorities were disturbed when an unnamed NMU member reported that he had obtained party literature from the Union's headquarters and had with other seamen distributed this literature on ships which were carrying troops to Europe, such as the SS Santa Paula, SS Argentine, and the SS Uruguay, but mainly on the SS Brazil. He stated further that he recruited new prospects into the Communist Party in connection with his work as a seaman. This sailor stated that his assignments on vessels to carry on the party work were assigned to him by Ferdinand Smith, and at various times Smith had instructed him to take literature on board ships in a concealed manner and that he should leave it on the bunks of the soldiers on the ship. This literature was said to include the Communist Manifesto and other books deemed subversive. In short, as the government saw it, allowing Reds to play the leading role in the NMU allowed for a Red-dominated courier network and the possibility of Reds influencing the military as well. This was unacceptable in its view. 78 Smith recognized that he was in a perilous position. By now he was FTY4, a resident of the United States for 30 years, married to an American citizen, according to his official propaganda, father of an American-born citizen and a grandfather. Perhaps he thought that having been very active in war bond sales. I even received a citation, 1 or 2, from the Treasury Department 79 might override other issues. Of course, the rapidity with which the political climate changed was stunning. How could he have known that behavior tolerated during the Popular Front would become legally actionable afterwards? Now he was in a bind. As early as the summer of 1949 he indicated that he would be willing to consider leaving the U.S. voluntarily if he could do so on an unconditional basis. His old friends from the communist-led World Federation of Trade Unions offered him a job in France, which made the government nervous both about deporting him and not deporting him, as it feared that his sailor connections might contribute to Red courier networks. "Nobody will give me a job in the 212. United States," he complained. Since he had come to this country to ND work in the RST place, why stay? He had no desire to leave the US but, it was necessary for him to seek employment, he emphasized. But what outraged him was the methods of force and violence against the non-citizen. The people of the United States, he concluded, were being subjected to an intensive and many-sided attack aimed at the destruction of their rights and liberties. An important part of this attack is the current deportation hysteria set loose by the Justice Department, designed to convince many that the root of their problem was the so-called alien menace. The Truman administration, he said, is seeking to terrorize the American people and silence opposition to its drive for war and for Wall-St domination of the entire world. A.D. Smith was reluctant to allow himself to be forced out of the country, fearing the precedent his case would set for others similarly situated, including the cases of 98 other alien communists whom the government is attempting to deport. 81 But ultimately he could not withstand the pressure and was forced to abandon the struggle. Sailors from the rank and lee often supported Smith on board ship. But since their protests occurred on oceans thousands of miles away from Manhattan, Smith's opponents found it easy to isolate them from the solidarity of their comrades. Thus, in the spring of 1948 an aide told Assistant U.S. Attorney General Vincent Quinn that last evening at approximately 6:30, "I took a telephone call from Baltimore." A sailor stated that he was a crew member of the SS David Starr Jordan, which was due to sail for Le Havre at midnight and that there had been considerable trouble aboard the vessel between the communist and non-communist factions of the crew revolving about the recent deportation arrest of Ferdinand Smith, that there had already been 2 open GHTS between these factions and that the communist faction had attempted to throw overboard at sea if he attempted to sail with the ship. He further claimed that the sailing of the vessel had been delayed from 8 a.m. to midnight because of the difficulties described. Deleted, who spoke with a Negro dialect which was very difficult to understand, stated the purpose of his call was to let Deleted know of the situation so that should the threats be carried out and Deleted failed to return from the voyage at least some basis would exist for an investigation into his disappearance. He stated he was not intimidated by these threats and was not afraid to ship on the voyage but intended to do so notwithstanding violence to himself might be involved. He 213. Stated he no longer carried a gun but would defend himself otherwise if attacked. I reported the substance of the conversation to Deleted and then called Deleted of the FBI. Deleted reminded me of the Bureau's policy, with which I was familiar, not to provide police protection where not required in support of federal jurisdiction. 82. It is unclear how many sailors, anti-Smith or otherwise, may have been dumped or tossed overboard, but, certainly, his immigration problems created concern globally. In the spring of 1948, members of the crew of the SS Varega wrote to the FBI to protest Smith's detention and the deportation proceedings against him. These were possible communist sympathizers, the FBI concluded, implicitly vowing to punish them. 83. This kind of repression was accompanied by similar actions on dry land. The Black Diamond Steamship Company was one of the employers that began making detailed background checks on sailors. "Why," asked the pilot, "does the company want to know a man's union book number, his race, and whether he can read English?" Together with the Taft-Hartley slave law and other forms of blacklisting, this was designed to destroy progressive trade unionism among sailors for all time. 84. This may have been prescient. Early in 1950, the New York World Telegram noted joyfully that for the RST time since 1937 there were no open communists running for NMU offices, though it was suspicious of the candidacy of Jesse Gray, a Negro, a member who as a delegate to the Union's convention last fall, sounded remarkably like the communist opposition. 85. Anyone who sounded like Smith would be treated the same way, an eventuality that galvanized protesters and Smith alike. At one notable protest weeks after his RST detention in 1948, a crowd of 2,000 marched from the offices of the Immigration and Naturalization Service to Duffy Square, marching three abreast in a lee of about 7 blocks long. 86. After his release, Smith spoke to thousands of supporters at Madison Square Garden, a gathering sponsored by the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee, and to many others at a meeting of the American Jewish Labor Council. He told the latter that the Jews and the Negroes are always the RST victims of reactionary movements. The Jewish and the Negro masses must unite in a GHT against the pogrom makers and lynchers. His own Harlem Trade Union Council and the AJLC have many similarities. Both organizations are stubborn. 214. Leaders against racial hatred and for friendship between all the nations of the world. 87. Although these were bold words straight from the hymn book of the old-time religion, they were unhelpful toward his hopes of a future in his adopted homeland. His detractors, on the other hand, were so keen that he depart the country that they overcame their fear that he would help communist courier networks while abroad. 88. Virtually until his last day in the United States, Smith was battling for the rights of Negroes. Weeks before his forced departure, he attended a packed concert by Paul Robeson to raise funds for and expand the work of the Harlem Trade Union Council. This was during the height of the war in Korea. According to the FBI, Smith spoke on the question of the Negro as a whole, and especially the Negro women who will suffer most as a whole because of the drive toward war. He mocked President Truman and derided the war in which the nation was embroiled. 89. Smith's enemies were elated when he departed the United States. The New York World Telegram commented that Ferdinand C. Smith "nally gets Uncle Sam's boot as a red heel," as the time for his departure approached. It continued to portray this pleasant though determined man as being at odds with his comrades. After the communists had set things up for him to become a vice president, he upset them by suddenly announcing that "my people insisted that he get the higher post of national secretary." It was Red leader Jack Stahel, now in prison, who gave in and told the other communists in the Union that they must yield to Smith's desires. This was all ancient history, for now Moscow's loss has been America's gain. 90. This was Smith's last hurrah, one of the last times he would be derided in the U.S. press. On August 15, 1951, he was at New York's Idlewild Airport. Weeks earlier, in confidential censorship intercepts from WFTU World Federation of Trade Union Correspondents, the authorities found that Smith indicates eagerness to come to Europe and states that he has received clearance to go overseas. Because of this intercept they could better place a mail cover or scrutiny of his correspondence, and even open his mail, as he had asked the WFTU before his departure to send all official mail to the HTUC and all personal mail to Edith Roberts, 208 West 151st Street Apartment 26 in Harlem. 91 Hence the FBI knew well in advance when he was leaving and where he was going. 215. Thus, federal agents were present when about 100 persons led by Paul Robeson came to bid him farewell at the airport. His good friend Robeson, whose passport was soon to be taken away from him, preventing him from traveling abroad, pressed crumpled currency into his hand. "Thanks," said Smith gratefully, "but I won't starve. I know many English labor leaders, and I'm sure I'll be able to get a berth. I want to work. I am a sailor. If I stay there long enough, I'll be able to work for a labor union. Wherever sailors hang out," he concluded on a poignant note, "you'll envy me." 92 He turned away and boarded Pan American Airways Flight 100 for London, as government agents looked on to ensure that he would not slip away. 93 He was never again to reside in the United States, where he had lived for over 3 decades. 94. 216. 10. Dropping anchor in Jamaica. The U.S. authorities were in a dilemma: should they let Smith stay in the United States and continue his union and party organizing, or should they let him depart and carry on his work in Vienna, Kingston, Jamaica, or elsewhere? They decided on the latter. Undoubtedly they may have come to regret their decision after Smith went to Europe to work on behalf of the World Federation of Trade Unions. This communist-led federation had threatened to help the NMU and the ILWU call a global strike in the heady days of 1946. Smith's comrade from Grenada, Charles Collins, was the sole American of color at the WFTU's founding in Paris in 1945. The theme he struck was to animate Smith's subsequent work. "Our own color bars," said the strikingly good-looking former actor, "particularly whether in Cape Town or Charleston, must go if free labor is to live." He had with him a detailed blueprint for the setting up of a department on Negro and colonial labor with a full-time staff to lead the battle against imperialism. This was the unit Smith was to lead. 1. The WFTU gathering in Paris was timed to coincide with the FTH Pan-African Congress meeting in Manchester, England, in the fall of 1945. At the WFTU, African and Caribbean delegates saw in a strongly organized labor movement, the only kind of strength which can be used to cut the chains which bind them politically. Though often neglected, labor in the colonized world was a major force against colonialism. In both Africa and the Caribbean, sailors, who had the mobility to travel to Manchester or Paris, were prominent in the labor movement. 2. As the concerns of black labor came to the fore for both the WFTU and POC, the moment was propitious for the arrival of Smith, the black Jamaican-American communist sailor in Europe. London's elites did not welcome the POC, concerned as they were about preserving colonialism. In a secret dispatch, the Colonial Office expressed interest in obtaining information about West Indians in the United States and American Negro movements generally. It was Par. 217. Particularly interested in the West Indian resolutions emerging from this gathering. Inevitably, it viewed the arrival of the West Indian Negro and American Negro, Ferdinand Smith, in Jamaica with suspicion. 3. Like the POC, the WFTU was not favorably regarded by Washington's allies during the Cold War. In 1953, The Economist wrote that it may already be said to be the Soviet Communist Party's most effective political weapon in the colonies. 4. A report by the American Federation of Labor that year announced that in the underdeveloped non-industrialized regions, WFTU's working arrangements with a few key individuals may be worth more to the Soviet Union than are, say, 70,000 WFTU members in the Netherlands. The emblem chosen for the WTFU's Third World Congress in Vienna was significant. Against the background of the globe, 3 hands joined fraternally, 1 white, 1 brown, 1 yellow. Communist propaganda, an analyst declared auspiciously, has usurped the theme of human brotherhood, using the theme to divide non-whites from Western whites. 5. During his null years, Smith found a palpable fear that the normalcy of colonialism was really a cloak for racial tyranny. But colonial Jamaica was not his immediate destination as he crossed the Atlantic in 1951. When leaving New York, Smith's ultimate destination was the WFTU headquarters in Vienna, the fabled Cold War tripwire, where he was to work as a leader of this global conglomeration of trade unions. But even before this fateful journey, Smith was trying to bring his pet causes before the WFTU. In 1946, Smith headed a delegation from the National Negro Congress which called upon Louis Sale Lant, Secretary-General of the WFTU, to secure his backing and that of the WFTU for the NNC petition to the United Nations on Negro rights. 6. This gesture and his effort to encourage the WFTU to join a global strike made Washington and London uncomfortable about his presence in Vienna. Though not fully recovered from the ravages of war, charming, quaint Vienna was awash in old-world charm, replete with coffee bars with delicious pastries, renowned orchestras, and a thriving cultural life. Its formidable and impressive architecture made the spy versus spy escapades of the Cold War seem to be unfolding on a lot in Hollywood. Living in Vienna, a crossroads between East and West still full of Soviet troops, would allow Smith to travel and organize in the Caribbean and Africa, and, he thought, would allow for trips in transit to the United States. But his opponents saw this move in the same sinus. 218. Terms in which they viewed the WFTU. A functionary in the British Embassy in Vienna concluded that the presence of the WFTU in Austria is a potent danger to Austria. 7. British trade unions cooperated with the British Foreign Office in a united campaign against the WFTU. F.C. Mason of the Foreign Office passed on to A.E. Carthy of the British Union Federation information from a confidential source about the WFTU and requested that it be passed to the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions. Sworn foe of the WFTU provided no indication of sources given. 8. The Foreign Office was anxious that every opportunity should be taken of harrying the WFTU and, if possible, driving it well and truly behind the Iron Curtain, where it belongs. 9. This campaign did not bode well for Smith's stay in Austria. Not surprisingly, upon arriving in Europe, Smith immediately sprang into action on behalf of another petition to the United Nations. This one, led by the Civil Rights Congress, the successor to the NNC, charged the United States with genocide against Negroes. Filed at a time when the Cold War had become hot, the petition questioned Washington's claim to be the paragon of human rights. Days after arriving in Austria in 1951, Smith wrote to CRC leader, William Patterson, on WFTU stationery that he was having the petition translated. Smith, a new leader of the powerful WFTU in which Soviet and other Eastern European trade unionists played a leading role, lamented that my job calls for more writing than talking and, the former is not to my liking. He was writing for the WFTU and other left-leaning organs in the region and the petition was one of his major concerns. 10. Smith's comrade, Patterson, replied that it is good to see you so thoroughly involved and with so little loss of time with the petition, except I would like to have seen you enjoy a well-earned 2 or 3 weeks vacation. Just east of you are a number of magnificent spots, said Patterson, a communist with no small familiarity with this region, where a worker can easily rest and enjoy the fruits of labor of himself and of his fellow man. 11. But he should have known that the peripatetic Smith had no time for a holiday. Instead, Smith quickly plunged into a whirlwind of meetings and conferences, which was a tonic as he met many with views as radical as his. Since I was always an optimist, he told Patterson, you can readily understand how I feel and how good it is to end others feeling the same way. At one notable meeting there were delegates from all over the world except, of course, the good old USA. He was struck by the Asiatic delegates, particularly the Chi. 219. Nessa, who possessed not merely a question of pride in achievements but also a question of condence. He too was content, which was why he encouraged Patterson to consider touring Western Europe with the petition, particularly Italy and France where communists were dominant. 12 such plans eventually led to Patterson's passport being seized, which prevented him from following up on Smith's suggestion, though Smith himself was among the petitioners to the United Nations. 13 Soon Smith was reading about Patterson's detention in New York City after arriving from Europe, where he publicized the petition. His friend passed through Vienna like a jet plane, perhaps because of the latter-day bloodhounds tailing him. Smith assured him that he had plans to have the petition widely distributed. "My immediate plans," he said, "call for a quick trip to somewhere in Africa, before embarking on the Caribbean tour, including a visit to the place of his birth, Jamaica." But it was Patterson's plight and detention, so similar to his a few years earlier, that concerned him. "All this goes to show," Smith proclaimed, "how desperate the oppressors are. Mr. Truman and his gang exemplified the rottenness of the present corrupt, criminal government, a gang whose days are surely numbered." On a more pleasant note, he asked that warm regards be conveyed to his good friend Paul Robeson. 14 The U.S. authorities carefully studied these exchanges. One of Smith's letters from Vienna was intercepted by Washington's civil censorship group Austria, U.S. In it he wrote, "I could send the petitions to Paris, to be put before the UN General Assembly." He suggested submitting the document to Chile, Peru, Argentina, Brazil, or one of the Latin or South American countries as second choice. India would be RST. Failing to prevail upon any of these, I would then turn to the east, RST to the Arab countries, perhaps Iran or Egypt. Smith was trying to avoid the inevitable claim that the petition was no more than communist propaganda, which was why communist-led nations were not at the top of his list. But, he was realistic enough to recognize that if no success were achieved with these nations, all of whom were dependent to a greater or lesser degree on Washington and its allies, then the Eastern People's Republics should be approached. The U.S. authorities were probably not pleased to read Smith's claim that the petition is creating Tariq furor in this country. "I am hoping that more than 100,000 copies could be sold. That is our plan, and there is every REA 220 Sun to believe it will be carried out. If it is not, the fault lies with us, for the objective conditions are entirely satisfactory," he said, overly optimistically. 15. Smith may have been unduly sanguine about political conditions worldwide. In the fall of 1951, the United States got hold of a letter he had sent to Communist trade union leader Louis Weinstock. "It made me very happy to note from press reports," said Smith, "that the rally in defense of yourself and other Smith Act victims was such a success. It goes to show that at last the people are waking up to the big lie of the Truman preparation for war. This is no surprise to me." The State Department considered this innocent letter sufficiently important to be forwarded to London, Paris, Kingston, Rome, and Brussels, a sign of the danger Smith was thought to represent. 16. As it turned out, Patterson's passport was revoked and he was jailed, the petition was buried in an avalanche of red baiting, and the promised support did not materialize. Meanwhile, Smith was having his own problems. The U.S. authorities, who were monitoring his every move, were concerned that he was located in Soviet zone, Vienna, Austria at the Hotel Golden's Lamb, and for some reason had frequent contact with CP officials and participated in numerous CP-dominated functions prior to departure from the U.S. 17. They were even more troubled when, in 1952, the WFTU dispatched him and Billy Strachan, secretary of the London branch of the Caribbean Labour Congress, on a tour of the British West Indies. There the United States discovered it had done its ally in London no favour by forcing Smith to depart New York City. This realization dawned when Smith and Strachan, two well-known communists, addressed some 10,000 people assembled in Coronation Market in Kingston. 18. Speaking to 4,000 people at the Kingston Racecourse in May 1952, Smith, a celebrity in light of his prominence in the United States, cried, "If there is any boss, you must be the boss, your leaders must be responsible to you. These words resonated in a land where the citizens make that subjects could not vote on their sovereign. Similarly discounting to some were his words that in the world of today there are two mighty forces. One of these forces is the force for peace, led by the great Soviet Union, the other was the United States, which he viewed as the epicenter of a bellicose imperialism. His organization, the WFTU, which represented some 80 million workers, pledged their 221 solidarity. Likewise, he told those assembled to keep away from this organization, the AFL-affiliated, International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, for it means the workers no good. 19. Those seeking to extend British colonial domination over Jamaica, a key producer of the strategic mineral bauxite, were doubtless troubled by his presence. Perhaps this was why the FBI received word that Mr. Jeffrey Patterson of MI5 British intelligence called. He advised he had received an inquiry from MI5 about Smith. 20. Smith was coming to discover that globe-trotting, which his new job required, was not as simple as sailing the seven seas as a steward. When he and Strachan arrived in Trinidad and Tobago, yet another British colony, they were not allowed to leave the airport and were not allowed to visit, though a British diplomat reported with irritation that Smith found time to address a small group of taxi drivers at the airport on the iniquities of the governor and the glories of life in Russia. 21. When he flew across the seas and oceans, government surveillance followed. Thus, in the spring of 1952, the U.S. Secretary of State himself was told by the U.S. consulate in Jamaica that Smith was scheduled to arrive at Idlewild Airport, in transit. Recommend surveillance. Anticipating problems, the authorities were instructed in a confidential dispatch that if transportation delays in New York should require detention by immigration authorities, recommend that they be sent to England and not, repeat not, return to Jamaica. 22. Thus, when Smith and Strachan's plane left Jamaica for London, proceeding through New York, the U.S. authorities detained them, after keeping them on Ellis Island, then returned them to Jamaica. 23. This was a rude reintroduction to the United States and a bracing reminder of his last troubled years there. Smith and Strachan were like men without a country, ying from port to port in search of a place to land. Smith and Strachan will not be permitted to land in St. Lucia, said one colonial bureaucrat atly. 24. When they applied for passage to Barbados, the official there inquired, will they be permitted to land? 25. The answer was no. Their entry into the nation that was to be known as Belize was refused. 26. They were initially banned from visiting or inhabiting Trinidad and Tobago. 27. And barred from St. Vincent. 28. Smith and Strachan were declared unacceptable for entry into Grenada. 29. Smith's and the WFTU's dream of organizing workers in the region together with a push for decolonization was unfulfilled. 222. London had grave misgivings about these twin goals. One of their dispatches said, Smith is reported to be carrying a considerable amount of money. 30. He and his comrade, Strachan, were said to have £1,000 in travelers' checks and were correctly assumed to be organizing for the WFTU. It was also reported that they may intend to use the CLC Caribbean Labour Congress as the nucleus for founding a dreaded West Indian Communist Party. 31. The British Embassy in the United States forwarded to the Colonial Office a clipping from the black newspaper, the New York Amsterdam News, that detailed a plan by U.S. Negro leaders to raise $10,000 to help Nansa CLC Congress in Trinidad. Perhaps, the British thought, Smith and Strachan were part of a combined black-red effort against British colonialism. 32. Earlier, Smith had contributed as much as £100 to Jamaica for hurricane relief, which gave the authorities reason to believe that he might have other funds to dispense for purposes that were not humanitarian. 33. As some had suspected and others had feared, in exile Smith had become one of many red couriers bringing cash to the Caribbean for what they considered subversive purposes. The problem was that he was not just an ordinary sailor but the high-level leader of a powerful trade union federation backed by Moscow. 34. In addition, London had good reason to be suspicious of the CLC. Richard Hart, the erudite radical lawyer who was to become Smith's closest comrade in Jamaica, played a leading role in this pan-Caribbean organization. It also embraced French and Dutch territories. As early as 1947 the CLC was planning a conference attacking the concept of imperial preference, which tied island economies tightly to London. 35 In 1950 the St. Kitts Nevis Trades and Labour Union, a CLC affiliate, decided it would not handle any cargo originating in South Africa on account of deliberate and systematic application of its dreadful policy of apartheid. 36 The CLC had strong support among waterfront workers, who were essential for the survival of these small island nations that imported vital products, and tried to coordinate regionally and hemispherically along the lines of what Smith had attempted with the Committee on Maritime Unity in the United States. 37 The British had only to look at St. Vincent to get an idea of what Smith and the WFTU had in store for the region. The Labour leader there, Ebenezer Joshua, was a constant thorn in London's side, and the colonial regime used every possible lever rival Labour leaders, the police. 223. The legal system, the planters, the press, and the colonial bureaucracy to exert various forms of pressure on Joshua. The planter class feared that unionism would threaten a reduction in their profits. In addition, the planters feared that unionism would unleash forces which would not only subvert the plantation system but also disrupt the traditional patterns of interpersonal relations between the planter and the laborer. Hence the authorities argued that Joshua was an international communist since he attended a WFTU meeting in Vienna. They claimed that his union was an affiliate of the communist-dominated WFTU. 38 Actually, after Joshua returned from Vienna there were hundreds awaiting his landing. The RST meeting in Kingstown, the capital city, was attended by over 10,000. 39 By linking labor with decolonization, Smith, Joshua, and others had created a powerful engine for advance. In turn, as Mansridge Ramphal has put it, the communist bogey was raised in St. Vincent, to scare the wits of a politically uneducated Caribbean people whose minds have been immersed in Western propaganda. 40 London was full of fears of a rising red danger, symbolized by the presence of Smith's comrade, Chetty Jugun of Guyana, a educated communist whose attempt to lead his nation was thwarted by Washington and London. Travel restrictions were imposed not only on card-carrying communists, preventing them from traveling to the Far-Ung Islands and nations of the Caribbean, but also on rather staid leaders like Eric Gary of Grenada. Even the conservative Alexander Bustamante of Jamaica was hassled when he tried to visit Puerto Rico. Far from being red, some of these leaders, such as Bustamante, were not even pro-independence necessarily. But any self-assertion by the colonized was seen as an attack on colonialism itself. 41 Patterson, under siege himself, rose to Smith's defense after he found himself barred from entering British colonies in the Caribbean. Writing to Smith at his temporary headquarters at the Myrtle Bank Hotel in Kingston, he noted that he had interceded with the British ambassador and the State Department. I also immediately cabled Europe, calling for protest action by the entire apparatus. Despite the restrictions on Smith, he remained optimistic. I am sure with a strong leadership the whole of the West Indies would be linked with the Asian forces in the bitter struggle against the imperialist system. 42 Washington knew that Patterson's dream was not baseless. Frank Elliott of the United States, reporting to the State Department, found 224 himself in Kingston at about the same time as Smith, and he was struck by the inequality of income which could portend unrest. I got stuck with a job down here, he began, but I don't much like the place. Tourists get off a cruise ship for a few hours or days to gorge on Caribbean fruits, bananas, oranges, grapefruit, pineapples, papayas, mangoes, and such, and go into ecstasies over the profusion of tropical hours and trees. From that standpoint these islands are exotic, like the audience's view of a well-set-up stage. They don't see the tangle of ropes, props, dirt, and confusion backstage. The conditions in Jamaica were almost unspeakable, conditions which, in some events, because of Jamaica's proximity, might be dangerous to the welfare of the United States. Echoing other critics in the United States, he blamed the situation on London. The British have exploited the place, taken out everything, put back nothing. The Negro population was estimated at 65% illegitimate and continues rapidly to grow without restraint. There was chronic unemployment, stark want, downright hunger, with the lowest, most squalid standard of living I have ever seen. This breeds a great social unrest which boils down to the surface in continuous labor difficulties, in many instances violent. He recalled sarcastically how Eleanor the Great Roosevelt used to cry crocodile tears over the lowly state of the American Negro. I can tell you that, as a whole, they fare incomparably better than the natives here. The thatched roof, tumble down, reed huts, no electricity, no water, no sanitation, set in the midst of all sorts of LTH and confusion, plus dirty ragged children, are worse than anything I have ever seen in our own South, or anywhere in the world, even the Orient. Jamaica is a nation of beggars. The mangy, scrawny dogs and cats beg from the natives beg from the whites, and the country itself begs from the mother country. All of this poverty has made fertile soil for communistic seeds, and those seeds have taken root, cultivated by a rabid local political group. There are 2 unions in Jamaica, at the heads of which are 2 gentlemen of color. It's not a rare thing to see the clenched St. Communist salute or hear the Internationale sung at some union gatherings. Considering that this island, the largest of the British West Indies, lies athwart the route to the Panama Canal, and also its proximity to the United States, only 3 hours ying to Florida, Washington had to take heed. That this letter was forwarded to Secretary of State Dean Acheson suggested that Jamaica would receive high-level attention. 43. 225. These opinions about Jamaica's plight were echoed by the Reverend Montague Dale of Britain, who ranged through the tattoo shacks and was stunned to see some of the bodies of old motor cars on which cardboard, coconut palms and thin boards are held together with string. He asked, "Where's the sanitation?" The mayor of Kingston responded laconically, "There's none." The bishop's report described the inhabitants as having their faces haunted with hunger and being depressed below the living standards of animals. Of Jamaica's population of 1,340,000, no less than 200,000 were estimated to be unemployed in 1951, with many more seriously underemployed. 44. Smith's mission in Jamaica was to arrest this poverty. But even after he had arrived, a report for the BBC indicated that workers, except government employees, shopkeepers, contractors, etc., usually get less than £3 a week, or about $6. There is no unemployment pay, no health insurance and no old age pensions. Many Jamaicans are onlookers in their own home where they see rich Americans and British enjoying the fat. 45. Conditions worsened when in 1950 it was decided that Puerto Ricans were to replace West Indian farm workers in Florida and up the East Coast and to some extent in the Middle West. During the war, it was reported, West Indians had been preferred since they could be forced to go back home since they were not citizens. Now even this small benefit was to be ended. 46. In partial response to the changing employment situation, Jamaican immigrants began to go to the mother country. Yet when their ship, the Windrush, arrived in Britain in June 1948 bearing 492 Jamaicans, a correspondent with the Labour Party saw in this index the hidden hand of Uncle Joe Stalin. "Do you think," he contended, "this sudden influx of 400 West Indians is a subtle move of Russia to create for us in another 20 years' time a color question here?" Elements in the Home Office were already persuaded that there was a large communist element among the colored population here, and the communists would no doubt not be slow to make trouble if they could. 47. Smith's presence in Europe and Jamaica could do little to assuage this anxiety. Suffering in their homeland, facing barriers to entering the United States, enduring racial bias in the United Kingdom, Jamaicans were ripe for the kind of radicalism Smith symbolized. The authorities' concern over Jamaica's plight did not lead them to be sympathetic toward those who would have liked to have altered the situation. In fact, the British Communist leader R. Palmatude asserted, 226. In 1953 that it would be vain to search through the debates of the House of Commons in recent years for any major general debate on the problems of the British Empire as a whole or the impact of these problems on Britain's position in the world and Britain's future. Just as in the old days the annual India debate used to be guaranteed to empty the House, so today a colonial affairs debate can normally count on a sparse attendance and the participation of specialists. 48 Democracy was more of a slogan than a reality in colonies like Jamaica. Writing in 1954, the British writer Jack Waddis observed that before the Second World War, trade unions were illegal in practically every British colony. In fact, the RT. Hon. James Griffiths, former Secretary of State for the Colonies in the last Labour government, has stated that in 1930 there were only 3 registered trade unions in all the colonial territories. 49 Jervis Anderson, a Jamaican-American who had an illustrious career writing for The New Yorker and other publications, acknowledged the tenacious grip that British colonial unions exerted upon the psychology of his countrymen in Jamaica. This unions was generated by severe repression. "I read the New Statesman," said Anderson, referring to the mildly social democratic journal, only in the privacy of my residence, as if it were an underground publication. I never took it with me to my office at the Gleaner, fearing that Tory-minded overseers might discover and excommunicate me as the carrier of a subversive disease. That fear was not unfounded. 50 Color prejudice was also a persistent problem. Lady Bustamante, the aide, then spouse of Jamaican leader Alexander Bustamante, who was born in Smith's hometown, wrote that the spouse of Bustamante, who certainly was as conservative as her husband if not more so, seemed to be as irked as a card-carrying communist by the expressions of white supremacy she witnessed while growing to maturity in Jamaica. Though visiting African Americans routinely marveled at what they perceived as the widespread representation of darker faces at all levels of society on this Caribbean island, she begged to differ. As she saw it, the Jamaica of her early years was comparable to the dankiest precincts of Jim Crow in the U.S. As she recalled it, major corporations sited in Jamaica traditionally resisted hiring Jamaicans of an ebony hue, while the leading professions medicine, law, architecture were likewise bereft of the melanin rich. Meanwhile, the lighter-skinned were as allergic to the idea of socializing with their darker counterparts as their comrades on the North American mainland. In Kingston in the 1930s she began. 227. To realize that even newspaper advertisements for jobs mentioned skin color as a qualification. It was not unusual to read in the Gleaner. Young lady, white. Respectable young man, fair. Because I was not of light skin, I could not hold a job of any kind in a commercial bank. Though I was proficient in arithmetic and knew how to speak to people, I could not end employment selling cloth, shoes, or books in any King Street store. 51 Joyce Lindo, an advertising executive in Jamaica, agreed. I remember that we were the very RST agency to use a photograph of a black Jamaican in a Gleaner ad. That was in the late 1950s. It had never been done before, but we were a young agency and we were looking for moves and methods to prove that we were different. 52 Jamaica had a long history of class and racial struggle, stretching back to slavery, especially among sugar workers. 53 As Smith was growing up in Jamaica, in January 1907 the 60 members of the Printers Union went on strike for higher wages. Between 1914 and 1917 Jamaica experienced a formidable outbreak of industrial unrest. 54 Things were so bad that London concluded, it was necessary to establish trade unions as a means of controlling the militancy of the working class. 55 Inevitably the United States exerted considerable influence on Jamaica. According to Jeffrey Harrod, the association between the civil rights for Negroes movement in the USA and Jamaica has been a constant, if fluctuating, one throughout modern history. The idea of unionism did not come from Britain but from emigrants returning from the USA, Cuba, and South America. 56 Indeed, it is remarkable how many Caribbean leaders including Ferdinand Smith in the 1950s had been abroad. Jim Headley, a ship's cook, had been active with the NMU and the Young Communist League and the National Unemployed Movement in Trinidad. Rupert Gittins was deported to Trinidad as a result of his ties to the communists in France. Before that he had been in the United States, where he was influenced by communist ideas and radical black nationalism. Under his influence, the number was exposed much more to socialist thinking at an international level. The Barbados Labour Party was started in March 1938 by Hope Stevens, a Harlem-based attorney of Caribbean origins. Hugh Clifford Buchanan, Jamaica's RST active Marxist, had lived in Cuba. Jamaica's RST Marxist group included Lionel Lynch, a maritime worker, who had been introduced to communism while resident in the USA. Arthur Henry, another well-known Jamaican progressive, had worked in the engine room on Canadian boats. Alexander Buss, 228. Tamanti of Jamaica had lived in the United States earlier. The Antiguan labor leader, George Weston, who subsequently became an associate of Marcus Garvey, had lived in New York City. 57 such examples illustrated the dilemma of those who wished to see Smith leave the United States. His departure would not guarantee an end to his activism, only that it would take place elsewhere. Surprisingly, Smith did not devote much time to his homeland once he had arrived in the United States, perhaps so as not to draw attention to his questionable immigration status. During labor unrest in Jamaica in the 1930s, U.S. sailors were offered VE times what the Jamaican workers were demanding to unload ships, but they refused when they received a telegram from the NMU. 58 Richard Hart, the Jamaican activist, learned later that the general secretary of their union was a Jamaican seaman who had been away for nearly 20 years, namely Ferdinand Smith. 59 During the war, Smith spoke to the Caribbean in a shortwave broadcast sponsored by Washington. The hope of independence for the colonial peoples of the world depend on a United Nations victory. We West Indians are proud to work and GHT with other brothers, colored and white, of the United Nations. 60 Perhaps due to Smith's influence, in 1943 Joseph Curran asked the British Ministry of Transportation what it intended to do about the several hundred skilled seamen standing idle in the West Indies because of the discrimination practiced by the employers of the British Merchant Service. Curran repeated the NMU's pledge to support the Trinidad seamen. Curran and his union were requesting all companies under contract to the NMU to secure their replacements for vessels in island and South American ports from the regularly established union hiring halls in these ports. 61 Reciprocally, the presence of a strong left in the region was in the interests of the NMU. Scholar Ronald Harpel observes with regard to Costa Rica's Atlantic coast that the only effort to bridge the gap between West Indians and their Hispanic counterparts came with the Communist Party effort to unite fellow workers in a struggle against the Fruit Company. 62 Communists in Cuba, where the NMU maintained an important outpost, controlled the largest trade unions, which were generally well organized. Unavoidably, this attracted Washington's attention. Witch hunts for radicals commenced as early as the war, though these were carried out with a very wide net, not so much to catch actual subversives but to snag political enemies. In the Caribbean there was concern about the spread of U.S.-style racial policies. 229. Though the popular song "The Best Place is the U.S." with its refrain, "You can never be in Nanchal Jam when you are working for Uncle Sam," was a telling reminder of Washington's gradual displacement of London. In Trinidad alone, Washington built roads, dredged new canals that led to new anchorages, built hospitals, and employed thousands to build bases. In short, it did as much to develop the infrastructure and economies of this nation as London had done in decades. 63 Though they were allies, there was also some friction between London and Washington. As Richard Hart, Smith's Jamaican comrade, put it, the U.S. government had for some time been exerting pressure on the colony-holding European powers to grant political independence to their colonies, as this would facilitate access to them by U.S. investors and exporters. 64 Suspicion was so high between the two nations that when the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions was created in 1949 as a conscious alternative to Smith's WFTU, London was nervous about its U.S. tilt, despite the high stakes involved. 65 After the formation of the AFL-CIO in the United States, the rift continued between U.S. and British Labour. 66 After Representative sensed this. Though calling the IC to the Scab International, he went on to speak of a continuous running GHT between Labour in the United States and its counterpart in Britain over this federation, which wreaked at rivalries between American and British imperialism over the colonial question. British Labour wanted to retain control of their colonial trade union movements. 67 Such squabbling between London and Washington should have been good news for Smith. However, when he arrived in Jamaica in 1952, after a 4-decade absence, he found that many Jamaicans were looking to the United States, which not only wished to displace the United Kingdom but was in a financially strong position to do so. Hence his denunciation of U.S. imperialism found fewer and fewer listeners, especially as Washington had plenty of largesse to hand out to its supporters. Moreover, to the unenlightened Smith's anti-Washington line seemed to be an endorsement of London, his vehement protestations to the contrary. His fellow West Indian communist, Claudia Jones, sensed this. Many of the present leaders in the West Indies, she said in the 1950s, look increasingly to the U.S. for salvation. The dangers of U.S. imperialism are not fully grasped as the leaning among the West Indian masses is towards the more prosperous United States. The masses were in revolt against British imperialism, which they see as their ever-present and age-old enemy. She noted. 230. That 6 times since the end of the war the British found it necessary to send punitive expeditions to restore law and order in the West Indies, including to Guyana to suppress the democratic movement led by Smith's comrade, Chetty Jugun. In such a context, Washington appeared to some to be a paradigm of progressivism, thus helping to undermine Smith's denunciation of U.S. imperialism. 68 Moreover, as the Jamaican analyst Trevor Monroe has put it, the development of the Cold War internationally strengthened the right internally and occasioned the penultimate rift in the progressive forces locally. 69 This too undercut Smith's appeal. In sum, the environment in Jamaica was extremely complicated. The two major political blocs were represented by the cousins, 70 Norman Manley and Alexander Bustamante. The former was something of a social democrat and leader of the People's National Party, while the latter was a conservative and leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. Both parties had union affiliates, with the JLPs named after their leader, a conceit reactive of his dictatorial impulses. Smith's arrival on the island coincided with the purge of the left from the PNP. Richard Hart, a learned intellectual, joined with Smith to form a third political formation and union bloc. 71 Though communists had a reputation for their worldwide reach, it seemed that the PNP exceeded them in this category. Hart affirms that some British Labour bureaucrats made every effort to persuade trade unionists in the colonies to have nothing to do with politics. Our earliest Marxist contacts abroad, on the other hand, were with Domingo and O'Meal Lee in New York, neither of whom had ever been a member of the Communist Party of the USA. Nor did our subsequent contacts with the British Communists help to enlighten us. Indeed, I cannot recall any assistance from the British CP during our formative period. If anything, it was the other way in the form of information about our struggles for their publications. 72 On the other hand, Manley was the beneficiary of multiple contacts in the United States, a form of largesse that was the real equivalent of Washington gold. When Manley arrived in New York City on one of his frequent trips, NAACP leader Walter White, a close personal friend of Manley, was present. 73 The NAACP, which had purged the left in its own ranks, contributed financially to Manley and the PNP. 74 Manley had good contacts among the Jamaican expatriate community in New York City, particularly those of means within the American West Indies. 231. Dion Association. On a memorable 1951 visit, to ensure a good attendance, guests were informed that the Robinson La Mata GHT will be televised before Dr. Manley speaks. 75 Washington was not altogether pleased about Manley's U.S. contacts. When he sought to visit with Smith's old friend from Harlem, Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., Rockwood Foster of the State Department, appeared to think that your program was too crowded to permit of such a visit. Foster had been asked about this visit on 3 occasions. 76 Yet such temporary setbacks did not wreck Manly's support among the North Atlantic powers. The U.S. writer Paul Blanchett, known to be close to influential circles in Washington, was on a friendly RST name basis with Norman and his spouse, Edna. 77 When Manly tried to forge a Caribbean Labour Party in 1956, the British Labour Party promised us £5,000 for the RST 3 years, and that would be an enormous help, Manly condemned to Eric Williams of Trinidad in a gross understatement. 78 In fact, though the Communists had a reputation for receiving monetary help from abroad, Manly exceeded them in that regard. 79 Furthermore, seeing what had happened to Smith in the United States, other Jamaicans understood what might await them if they did not toe the prevailing line. Hence, Manly's closeness to North Americans probably helped pull Jamaican politics further to the right, his pretensions toward democratic socialism notwithstanding. Thus, when W. A. Domingo, a leading Jamaican progressive, visited his homeland from his residence in New York City in 1941, he was not as warmly greeted as Manly during his visits to Manhattan. He was removed from the ship in which he was coming to Jamaica and placed in an internment camp, and detained and imprisoned on a detention order which alleges that he may conduct himself in a manner prejudicial to public safety because of his notoriety as an activist. 80 Domingo's detention complicated his ability to get a visa for return to the United States. Domingo confirmed that Jamaican immigrants to the United States are frequently questioned by immigration authorities at Miami and are warned not to have any connection with those considered progressive. 81 Yet Domingo was far from being reexibly opposed to London. Indeed, he thought that his frequent public advocacy of the British cause in the war caused me to be denounced as a 232 British apologist in a pamphlet published by the Communist Party of the United States. 82 The different approaches of London and Washington were exposed when the latter began to lionize the NAACP and the former to oppose it. His Majesty's Consul General in New York reported on a talk he had with A. M. Wendell Malliot, a British West Indian. The diplomat seemed to agree with Malliot's friends who have not always been in agreement with the methods employed by the NAACP and recently stated that colonials in the West Indies, Africa and other parts of the non-white world should be very careful in dealing with the NAACP. 83 London was highly suspicious of any who questioned its colonial domination, while Washington felt that ending this imperial preference was a precondition to its economic advance in the region. The United States could therefore be more forthcoming toward Norman Manly than the United Kingdom. Thus, London carefully monitored Manly's 1946 visit to the United States, the purpose of which, it thought, was to raise money, which may well have been for the purpose of providing funds for strikes which have now been called. Manly, London feared, had made contact with communist elements during these visits. Members of the PNP have also visited Trinidad in recent months, and in view of the strikes in essential services which have recently occurred there, it may well be that the strikes in both colonies have the backing of communist-controlled organizations in the USA. 84 In this case, London's apprehensions about communist Indians on Manly may have been an ironic proxy for its fears of US Indians upon him. Not that the United States embraced the Jamaican left, to the contrary. There is no evidence that Washington was pleased when labor unrest erupted on the island in the 1930s. The claim that communists, even those from Cuba, were responsible for the riot, accorded with Washington's worldview. 85 Nor was there any evidence that the United States dissented when the Left Book Club, started in 1939 by Richard Hart, an early Marxist group tied to Frank Hill's printery in Temple Lane, was nicknamed as the Kremlin. 86 There is little doubt that London was frightened of Manly, particularly after the labor unrest of the 1930s, and looked to Bustamante as a savior. A U.S. diplomat acknowledged that London consciously backed Bustamante against Manly during the war and even provided him with ample coupons for rationed gasoline to make it possible for him to 233 tour the country in a campaign against Manly's party. It was at this same time, the U.S. official reported, that the wealthy merchants of Kingston, likewise deciding that Bustamante was the lesser evil, began to pour money into the JLP Bustamante's party campaign coffers. 87 The U.S. analyst Paul Blanchett notes that the whites of Jamaica were alarmed by Bustamante's growth in power, but they were also grated by his political views, for they feared the mild socialism of Manly. The Bustamante-White alliance, he observes, was described by its opponents as essentially fascist in character. Washington had vital interests in the region too. Although there were very few Americans living in Jamaica as permanent residents, American Indians was substantial for several reasons. At Fort Simons, west of Kingston, is one of the great air bases of the region. At Goat Island is the nucleus of a strong American naval base. 88 With his light skin, owing white mane, and bombastic style, Bustamante was both a demagogue and a reliable defender of British and U.S. imperial interests. He claimed to have been of Spanish origin and to have fought with Spain, but Michael Manley, Norman's son, avers that it is a matter of record that as of 1938 he had not crossed the Atlantic and certainly had never been to Spain. Fond of alcohol, Michael Manley recalls a meeting at which Bustamante served an extremely pleasant champagne at 10 in the morning. 89 Esther Chapman recalled that every morning at 11 o'clock he was in the habit of taking a magnum of champagne. He was in the habit of wearing a Spanish cloak which he would hang around his shoulders with all the air of a grand seigneur. He was at his best when dominating simple people, but abstract discussions on political and social principles are not exactly in his line. While watching a music concert he became enthralled by the conductor. Perhaps his ancient dreams of dictatorship were echoed in the spectacle of perfect discipline, control, and mastery. 90 Try as she might, Lady Gladys Bustamante could not avoid revealing an unerring picture of her late spouse in her memoir. When she was in London in 1953 for the coronation of the Queen, an Englishman said to Mr. Bustamante about her, "What a beautiful African girl that is." The chief was not amused by this reference to her dark skin. Similarly, when they visited Barcelona in 1957, Bustamante, who bragged about his former stay in Spain, seemed strangely unfamiliar with the Iberian Peninsula. He tried, but could not nd some of the old familiar places because the massive damage done by bombing during the 234 Spanish Civil War had turned the place upside down, she wrote lamely. 91 Though supportive at the time, the Jamaican police officer, David Godfrey, also paints a disturbing portrait of the man known as Busta. Yes, he was flamboyant. He was very tall, well over 6 feet, and charismatic. Yet when he met with him, inevitably his ever-prepared aide entered bearing more red stripe beer, by then his third or fourth of the morning. Busta waved the glasses away impatiently. "Miss Longbridge," he intoned, "bring me the cases, not bottles." 92 The eerie Bustamante's oratory was frequently lubricated and driven by liquid spirits. This man, who claimed to have led Jamaica to independence in 1962, had earlier announced, "Self-government means slavery." 93 In 1938 he proclaimed, "I am very glad we are a colony of Great Britain." The overwhelming majority of his followers were illiterate, superstitious, and deeply religious. They had learned to depend on others to make decisions for them and to respect the authority of those in command. In 1945 the union he initiated and that carried his name had 46,538 members. This GUR rose to 64,859 by 1951. Correspondingly, Manly's trade union bloc rose from 4,050 in 1949 to 23,312 by the 1950s. 94 Bustamante simply took advantage of the political disorder brought on by colonialism. Marcus Garvey, whose importance on the island may be understood by the fact that his picture graces the national currency, said in 1930, "I am forced to conclude that Jamaica is indeed an ignorant community. It is limited in intelligence, narrow in its intellectual concepts, almost to the point where one can honestly say that the country is ridiculous." Garvey knew of what he spoke, since his party was allied with the United Fruit Company. But Garvey also served as chair of the Jamaica Workers and Laborers Association alongside S.M. De Leon, secretary. De Leon, who had been one of the RST West Indians to go to Moscow for training in the 20s, then became a Garvate. Garvey's newspaper printed articles by Smith's communist comrades such as James Ford and displayed a sympathetic attitude toward Moscow. "They have stirred India and are now stirring Africa," he said. Though accepting of communists, the cult of Ras Tafari in its most fundamental form was not accepted, however, by the majority of Jamaican Garveyites. 95 The Cold War was a godsend for Bustamante, just as it proved to be poison for Smith. Trevor Monroe writes that from the 1930s forward, a 235 communist faction with significant influence over the masses developed. But the years 1950-52, the period of Smith's arrival, marked the beginning of the end of this influence. 96 This was a regional trend. When Chetty Jugun of Guyana backed Richard Hart against efforts to oust him from the Caribbean Labour Congress, an important regional formation, it was a major factor in a strained relationship between Hart, Smith and Jugun on the one hand, the United States on the other. 97 Norman Manley, Bustamante's antagonist, also had a checkered background. His mother, a near-white woman, lost all her friends when she married a Negro. Manley escaped to the United Kingdom in 1914 and discovered that it was impossible to be in England and not be aware of the problem of color. You were immediately aware in 1,000 ways that you belonged elsewhere but not there. At Oxford, the sensitive Manley detected an anti-Indian sentiment which became even more marked and obvious after the Great War. Returning to Jamaica and establishing a formidable reputation as a lawyer, Manley sensed that by the late 1930s the Garvey movement was a quite negligible factor in Jamaican life, as labor was eclipsing race as an organizing principle. Manley, who was actively involved in these epochal events, was struck by the strong tendency, among the workers, to resort to violence under provocation and to resist by violence any tendency among themselves to make strong workers' action futile. Quite the most remarkable feature in the expansion of trade union activity in Jamaica has been the rapid acceptance of the idea that you do not break strikes by resort to the large and increasing number of workers who are unemployed. 98 Smith was caught between these two larger-than-life symbols of his homeland, the demagogic Bustamante and the vacillating Manley. Smith's options were becoming ever more limited. Flying from Europe to the Caribbean via New York could mean detention in Ellis Island, with no guarantee that he could gain entry anywhere in the Caribbean other than Jamaica. He assumed that he could draw a stipend from the WFTU if he chose to reside in Jamaica. This sealed the deal. He decided to live permanently in Jamaica. When he arrived on the island in 1952, he was impressed. As Richard Hart recounts it, "We had set up this People's Educational Organization, which was to be a Marxist educational organization and was going to sponsor the formation of a bookshop, distribution of literature. 236. Educational lectures and so on." Smith was welcomed as this new, very forceful character. 99 But, just as Smith had decided to settle down in Jamaica after his plans of organizing for the WFTU in the region had been thwarted, he found himself in the midst of a major agitation about communists. Unlike Richard Hart, who could argue credibly that he was not a member of a communist party, Smith was a flesh and blood, avowed Marxist-Leninist of the card-carrying variety. Perhaps drawing a lesson from his U.S. experience, where his personal escapades had been used against him politically, Smith, in his mid-50s by now, settled down to a life of domesticity. He married Sonia Jackson, a woman many years his junior, and ultimately fathered 4 children, who succeeded his daughter Stephanie from his RST marriage: Margaret, Pauline Frances, Ferdinand Pat, named after his comrade William Patterson, and Stalinova, named after Joseph Stalin. 100 Yet these domestic developments were to unfold slowly over the years. During the summer of 1952, writing from the home of Mrs. Hazel Foster at 24 North Street in Kingston, Smith told Patterson, with my running around from place to place so fast. I needed some relaxation, and nowhere is better for that than in this warm climate. I have been here since July 27 and expect to be around for at least 3 more months. This should be long enough for me to get tea. It would do you good if you could get some of this tropical heat into your bloodstream once in a while. Already he was experiencing one of the downsides of residing on a small island, lamenting, "There is a kind of blackout of progressive news out this way, both local and foreign, so I am without info. Would like, much, to get news of what is cooking your way." He was a vagabond too, which was not conducive to relaxation and reaction. "I am not living at the above address," he said, "since I am going from place to place." 101 Smith's meandering journey to the Caribbean was a mirror image of what happened to his political project in Jamaica. The left forces he aligned himself with were chased from pillar to post as a Red Scare smaller in scale but every bit as potent as that he had experienced in the United States got underway. It had its origins in the split in the Jamaican labor movement, personified by Bustamante, the conservative, and Manley, the social democrat. The latter was allied with the so-called 4HS, Richard Hart of the Caribbean Labor Congress, Arthur Henry, organizer of the railway workers, Ken Hill, organizer of postal and telegraph workers, and Frank Hill, who worked in various spheres. 237. All formed the left wing of Manley's political party, the PNP. Beginning in 1946 they organized a trades union congress that challenged Bustamante's federation. In 1949, under relentless pressure from the right, Manley and his allies forced the TUC to withdraw from Smith's WFTU. As Smith was settling down in Jamaica, these political tensions were about to explode, as Manley, still dissatisfied with the direction of the TUC, tried to organize his own National Workers' Union, and Ken Hill began to wilt under the pressure. Backed by the Caribbean regional leadership of the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, the nemesis of the WFTU, he blocked Hart's effort to bring the TUC back into the WFTU's fold. In a preview of the political violence that was to rock the island 2 decades later, there was a physical clash of opposing forces, as a result of which Hart and other progressives were prosecuted, and credentials of the progressive delegates were disallowed. Then there was yet another split, as Hart's ouster led to the founding of the Jamaica Federation of Trade Unions, which Smith ultimately headed. Though the JFTU was perpetually scorned for receiving funds from Vienna and presumably Moscow, Ken Hill, who was Catholic, received a healthy subsidy from the International Christian Federation of Unions. 102 This internecine squabbling on the left was propelled by the challenge posed by Bustamante. As Norman Manley put it in 1947, Busta is driven to campaigning black against brown and black against white in the most vicious way. 103 Though both were light-skinned, for some reason Busta was perceived as the champion of the blacks, while Manley was perceived as the leader of the light-skinned browns. This was a conflict that was to rage throughout Smith's tenure in Jamaica. Being so primordial and basic and so rooted in economic inequality, it proved to be a difficult problem to solve. It also impelled other ethnic conflicts on the island. As Busta was fanning the flames of resentment, Manley was being told by a party worker that it was a shame that when we are fed by the Chinese, and when we are clothed by the Syrian. Manley wanted this matter brought to the notice of the party executive, for it was worse than ever to ND that supposedly responsible party people are stirring up a type of race talk that is absolutely contrary to party policy. 104 Manley had reason to sound an alarm, for, as he himself noticed, Busta and his minions are waging a bitter race campaign throughout Kingston. Day by day they are inciting violence on the issue. 238. Of black against brown. It is a miracle or sign of the decline of his strength that race riots have not already eventuated. 105 The disorder in the streets was wreaked in similar disarray in the PNP. Manley was bitter about the protracted campaign of the Gleaner against the party with an incessant charge of communism. 106 The Colonial Office, he announced, has decided to back Bustamante, though they had already supported him so much that they can't do more to give more backing now than they have steadily done over the years. 107 Norman Manley was torn. When his son arrived on the island after study abroad, he was confronted by this bitter, contentious debate. Night after night, said Michael Manley, discussions would take place at my father's home. Many hours of hearings were conducted. Years later, he still recalled the wrenching, traumatic scene that led to the expulsion of Richard Hart and others deemed too far to the left. 108 Manley and his party could not withstand the pressure. They surrendered to the anti-communists in a replay of what had befallen Smith in the NMU. As an official internal investigation of the controversy explained, some element of the party had been engaged in teaching communist doctrines. TUC leaders were also said to be involved. There was instruction and training of persons in the party and TUC to follow and carry out the communist policy, and a discrediting of the PNP and its socialist policy in furtherance of communist doctrines. Of course, the party always recognized that it is possible, and indeed some think necessary, to be a Marxist in the broad sense of that term and to be a democratic socialist at the same time, though it had to distinguish itself from the USSR and the Soviet Communist Party. Though just settling in, Smith found himself at the heart of this controversy. A November 9, 1951 letter from Austria written by Smith and addressed to Ken Hill was treated as damning evidence. "Dear Brother Hill," said the note, "you have received contribution in the sum of £100 made by the Secretariat of the WFTU to the TUC Fund in aid of workers who have been victims of the recent hurricane in your country. It was tragic that this poor island of Jamaica was locked in dispute about a donation to victims of a natural disaster. Why was there retention of funds coming from that source?" the PNP asked sharply. It objected to the TUC getting donations from Smith's WFTU or from any communist country, though it was willing to accept contributions 239 from well-known English or American trade unions, with one or two contributions from unions in the Dominion or Canada and Australia. The PNP, it said, must take note of the fact that there are loyal party members who genuinely fear that the left will eradicate them if and when they are strong enough to do it. So in order to forestall this unlikely event, the left must be purged. The party had to be weakened in order to save it. 109 Manley was reacting party sentiment when he wrote to F.L. Walcott of the Barbados Workers' Union that he was in mortal combat with extreme left-wing elements of the party, including a lot of half-baked young communists. 110 Almost half a century after he was purged from the PNP, Richard Hart was readmitted. He acknowledged then that his ouster and that of his cohorts came at a time when Jamaican independence hero Norman Washington Manley, the party's founder, wanted desperately to placate the island's then colonial ruler, Britain, and the United States. 111 The United States was skeptical of Manley's articulation of democratic socialism, which sounded strangely suspicious to Washington. Manley's grandson Douglas conceded about the same time that his father Michael Manley had felt that the purges were a great mistake. 112 George Woodcock, a British Union official, contended that the expulsions had created one hell of a mess. 113 Woodcock felt that so much energy had been dissipated on these activities that there is nothing much done, or attempted to increase the living standards of the people. 114 Trevor Monroe, the leading Jamaican intellectual, concluded that after the purge Manley's forces lost its most active organizers. Working-class organization fell into disarray and the dominance of middle-class moderation in the councils of the party was RMLY established. 115 The same fate had befallen Black America at the same time and for similar reasons, Smith being a factor in both cases. Certainly, the ouster of those to Norman and Michael Manley's left made Michael Manley more vulnerable when he sought as Prime Minister to move aggressively against transnational corporations in the 1970s. On the other hand, these purges probably strengthened London's and Washington's position in Jamaica. Richard Hart felt that he and others in the left were railroaded and ousted through sham and corrupt tactics. At a pivotal meeting, a number of persons were recognized by the president as delegates who were not elected, while a number of branches favorable to the keep left. 240. Viewpoint were wrongly informed as to the number of delegates they were entitled to send. The specter of violence also dominated Jamaican politics. A strong armed group was stationed at the outer gate of the conference hall, Hart said, the memories still fresh in his mind. Delegates and observers favorable to the keep left viewpoint were prevented from entering and in 3 cases had their credentials snatched from them. The conference room was packed with political supporters of the president from West Kingston, most of whom were not members, at all. When the president rejected my point of order concerning the illegal composition of the conference, I and a number of the delegates withdrew. Once evicted, Hart and his comrades saw no alternative to forming a new trade union movement and making a request to Mr. Ferdinand Smith to head it. 116 Smith and Hart suffered another devastating setback when Frank and Ken Hill, fellow victims of the purges engineered by Manley, in turn ousted Smith and Hart. As Hart later recalled, delegates and observers known to be opposed to the Hills policy were intimidated at the outer gate of the conference hall by a group of paid gangsters, one of whom had a knife and one a cowcot and other bottles and sticks. Credentials were snatched away from some persons who were pushed back into the street. During the skirmish Richard Hart received a slight cut on the arm. An outraged Smith declared, "What happened today should open the workers' eyes. We now have to take the struggle to the streets, elds, villages and to work doubly hard as the vanguard of the progressive element. We should have a union movement now, not an organizing committee. But the form should be federal. There should be unions based on industries federated to the central body." 117 The group led by Smith quickly made an impression on Washington. A confidential dispatch from the U.S. consulate in Kingston noted that the authorities felt until recently that the communist threat as such was negligible. In recent months, however, and more especially since the arrival from Vienna of Smith, there has been noted by the authorities a much intensified communist effort to penetrate trade unionism and other activities. The movement led by Hart and Smith had 500 active registered members, the consulate reported in late 1952. The authorities look upon Smith as a keen, thoroughly doctrinaire communist whose presence has inspired the sudden surge of communist activity. The development is looked on seriously, for the communist element is deserving of serious attention. 118. 241. London was similarly worried. The colonial governor noted that Smith and Hart were hard at work, fomenting trouble. He believed there was continued evidence of their liaison with Chinese, and attempts to associate Chinese with Jamaican communists. Reacting on their internationalism, he noted that some use was made by them of the situation in Kenya. Smith, at a street meeting organized by the CLC, declared that the governor, as representative of the British regime, was the real enemy, and not Bustamante, as some might suppose. 119 Hart, in association with Smith, is gathering round him an increasing number of communists and fellow travelers. Reports have been received that a number of the professional class, not previously known to have had any association with communism, has attended private meetings. 120 Worried diplomats and bureaucrats were not the only ones transfixed by the specter of communism in tiny Jamaica. Veer John, writing in a local paper, demanded that communists in the region be banned. "I think it is high time for government to keep out of this country certain communist literature, specifically that from the WFTU. I think the PEO library at 64 Berry Street with its communist literature and hung pictures of Lenin and Butcher Stalin should be immediately closed by the police and all that animatory stuff burned, including the 2 pictures. There should be a law making it punishable by imprisonment for anyone here to be in possession of any banned literature. Special attention should be paid to Chinese communists in Jamaica," yet another reference to the fact that there was a sizable Chinese community on the island. "Ferdinand Smith has gone to Vienna to soak up more red poison, and he should be notified by government that he will not be allowed to re-enter Jamaica, birth or no birth. Let Moscow welcome him, he has forfeited the right to be a citizen. And deport Hart while you are at it," John concluded. 121 barred from the United States and the surrounding islands and under constant surveillance, Smith had to endure the added indignity of having his WFTU literature banned. So afraid are the imperialist governments, said Jacquardis, of the helpful advice which these publications can give to colonial workers. 122 The larger problem for Smith was that the split in labor and the concomitant Red Scare was not just a pan-Caribbean matter, it was a global question. 123 But on a small island like Jamaica, which reexibly tended to mirror what was perceived to be popular in the metropole, Smith may have been at a greater 242 disadvantage than he had been during his last difficult years in the United States. Thus, Bustamante seemed to exceed even his U.S. counterparts in proclaiming his earth's hatred of communism. "I am not a communist," he assured the few who might have thought otherwise. "I cannot divide completely. If I have one pair of shoes," he said with his own unique logic, "I cannot give you one and keep one." 124 But as Smith began to spend what would be the last decade of his life in Kingston, Jamaica, he hoped that not everyone on the island shared Bustamante's logic. As a jailed cleric observed in a novel by the leading Jamaican writer Roger Mays, "Why do you think communism grows and thrives among the underprivileged people? We are all fools. We are smug and sadist, and let the communists beat us to it every time." 125. 243. 11. On the beach. Jamaica was an island of untold riches led to the brim with poor people. Smith's mission was to try to alter this imbalance and improve the lives of those who continued to live in dank hovels and thatched huts without paved roads, sidewalks, or running water. Unfortunately, the anti-communist bogey foiled his best-laid plans. George Padmar, the Trinidadian activist and writer, once said that the West Indies could be described as the sugar section of British imperialism. In Kingston there was a government of sugar for sugar by sugar. This was an exaggeration to which the banana and coffee planters would have objected. Bananas, for example, accounted for 55% of the values of domestic exports in 1937, while sugar accounted for 18%. In later years, the tourist industry would become sizable, while the growing importance of aluminum meant that bauxite had an increasing share of exports. Nevertheless, the fact that London could buy Jamaican sugar at £32 per ton, France, for example, paid £60 per ton shows how profitable this industry was for the empire. The wider point was that like many colonized nations, Jamaica was dependent on raw materials, whose prices could be kept low in the absence of bodies like the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Jamaica was also trapped in an iniquitous circle, since the niched goods they had to purchase, tractors, autos, televisions, and the like, continued to rise in price. As a result, it was under a crushing debt burden that fell disproportionately hard on those at the bottom of the food chain, such as sugar workers. The workers that kept Jamaica's economic engine running earned a pittance. Even before Ferdinand Smith arrived on the scene, a number of Jamaicans had objected strongly to the state of affairs. Hugh Buchanan, General Secretary of the Sugar Workers Union and a longtime Marxist, had attended a meeting of the Communist International held in Hamburg in the early 1930s and had made a good impression among the comrades in Hamburg as a promising torchbearer. 244. In the English-speaking Caribbean. Now the authorities detected in Smith's arrival a revival of the radical left, particularly among sugar workers. There was an expanding communist movement in Jamaica, according to U.S. authorities. 18 months ago, the communist movement in Jamaica was of no serious concern to constituted authority. Evidence points clearly to an important intensification in the movement in Jamaica and apparently in the Caribbean area. The shifting of gears is associated with the arrival of competent communist leaders from Europe in the spring of 1952. Smith, who had bested the best the United States had to offer, could hardly be matched in Jamaica. The communist movement in Jamaica moved from the loose and passive stage into a dynamic period shortly after the return to Jamaica of Smith from Vienna. He was able, intelligent, and a thoroughly doctrinaire communist with a keen understanding of communist organizational techniques with an aggressive spirit. He was well supplied with funds and was in a furious mood after he was taken to Ellis Island and returned to Jamaica while in transit on a recent IT. Smith had proved to be a force for unity. The current efforts, presumably led by Smith, to effect a rapprochement of local communist groups with Jamaican Chinese communist elements are meeting with far better success than has been thought possible, while professional persons and other higher-class intellectual types are coming more into the open in expressing communist sympathies. Thus, the Pan-Caribbean movement is paralleling the local change of pace and deserves the close attention of the U.S., not least since the possibility that the important bauxite reserves under exploitation by North American companies may ultimately be placed in jeopardy. 6. The authorities' dismay about Smith's arrival increased when the communist, Cheddi Jugun, seemed on the verge of coming to power in 1953 in the nation that was to become Guyana. The U.S. authorities thought Georgetown would now lift the ban in British Guyana on entry of Smith and Hart and will now probably be the meeting ground of communist personalities and the center of activities. 7. Already, a U.S. labor official was linking communist plots in Brazil and British Guyana. The U.S. consulate thought that such a linkage might be considered out of place at a union meeting in Jamaica but was justified, given that Smith's Union Federation was growing and taking hold in Jamaican country parishes. This was a discounting observation. 8. In 245. Fact, Washington thought that Jamaican leftists are linked with the international communist movement to a greater degree than those in British Guyana because of Smith's tenure in Eastern Europe. The fact that Smith was an advisor in British Guyana only increased the worry in Washington. 9. Smith had assumed the image of the evil genius of global communism right in the heart of the city of Kingston, for there the most dangerous organization in Jamaica lurks. Accompanying this hyperbolic article in a local newspaper was an unerring picture of Smith, the brain, a man with cold, steel-like nerves and a brain that is as shrewd and calculating as the best in Jamaica. In his room on Berry Street, 2 long benches and a solid cheap table with a little bookcase are the only furniture. There Smith worked in this unpretentious and seeming harmless atmosphere. But hanging on the walls are the scheming, impassive and relentless countenances of foreign communist leaders and agitators. Worse, Smith's Union had a membership of 10,000 sugar workers in the island. 10. Jamaica was both titillated and intrigued by the presence of a bona fide communist celebrity, a man who had arguably been the most powerful red and most powerful Negro in the United States. Interest was wreaked in press coverage of him, which inevitably drove some closer to him even when the articles were critical. Smith was termed one of freedom's assassins, one of the bringers of darkness who claimed to be bearers of light. Smith's peaceful, Jersey Bull-like manner camouflaged smoldering volcanic resentments against modern society's constituency. Fortunately, the colonial government shadows him around the clock. Despite this negative press, not everyone was displeased about his arrival. The paper Spotlight observed that some Jamaicans, without being disloyal or favoring communism, think it is good for communism to be around somewhere if it can be controlled. They see communism as society's conscience, as a sword of Damocles ready to fall if conscience becomes anesthetized into indifference. They argue, with some justification, that until communism became a world threat, the ruling powers merely used their colonies as hewers of wood and drawers of water, taking all and giving back nothing. But now, with Smith's arrival, things were changing. Under the scraggly red banner which eyes over his headquarters at 64 Berry Street, a motley crew of mostly young people gathered, when a sad-faced giant of a Negro arrived in Jamaica. Crowds were a common OC. 246. Currents. Success had been small previously, but Smith took over and revamped the strategy. He wanted to win mass membership by forming new trade unions, infiltrate or capture existing ones in whole or part. Like a soccer coach assigning his best defender to shadow the other team's striker, the Empire had brought in one of its crack undercover agents to confront Smith. The commies' enemy no one was Joseph Keeley. Irish-born, He had joined the colonial police force at the age of 16 and served in troubled parts of the world, including Egypt, Sudan, and Syria before being transferred to Jamaica. He was now the well-tempered spearhead in Jamaica's anti-communist war. Keeley said condently, British, American and Jamaican governments worked closely in that connection with good results. 11 maybe. But if Smith was being neutralized, the press coverage he received gave no indication of it. Time magazine, said the Spotlight, once described Smith as a devouring locust. Why? Smith is a communist. Not the garden variety type, but a top-level operator, rated and registered at Moscow. Appropriate measures were being taken, the Spotlight informed its readers, for he was virtually a prisoner in Jamaica. Few Caribbean countries will have him as a transit passenger. A big, heavy-set man with a sad, deep-lined face, he may be seen any day in Kingston. He moves quietly. His voice purrs or booms, depending on how intensely he feels on a subject. The authorities know everything he does. They are amused, not alarmed. 12 perhaps. But in their confidential communiques the authorities were not reacting the official optimism. For already the number of communist cells in Jamaica is increasing, especially in rural areas, naming Spanish Town, Racecourse, Mandeville, Ocho Rios, Savannah Al Marsic, Clarendon, Lusatia, etc. The attempt to form a cell at Montego Bay failed, though the effectiveness of communist propaganda is increasing, noticeably along the Kingston waterfront. How did this happen? How were Reds able to gain such a toehold on the island, particularly after the PNP and TUC were purged? The fact that Smith's arrival coincided with this alleged Red revival was not seen as a coincidence. He was reported to be in control of organized communism in the British Caribbean and to have ample funds from sources in Vienna. There are now 500 communists in Jamaica, said the U.S. consulate, of which 200 are quite active. 13 They feared that both his funding and the number of communists would increase, because Smith had apparently visited Bulgaria. His activities will 247 be observed, the consulate reported. 14 He was said to be planning to take Jamaica workingmen to a WFTU meeting, abroad, that is representatives of Jamaican seamen, longshoremen and Sherman. 15 The consulate thought this could only heighten radicalism on the island. Smith did little to assuage the fears of the U.S. authorities. Sounding bitter, Smith asserted, when the U.S. Department of Justice began to persecute me, many Americans looked back upon the war days when I assisted in keeping the war effort going, when my services were sought on government boards, when mayors appealed for my assistance to quell racial disturbances, when I toured the states broadcasting and lecturing to prevent race riots. But today, at 60 years of age, I believe more contently than ever in the ideals that made me a communist. Wherever working men are struggling, there you will end. Ferdinand C. Smith. 16 The authorities were probably less concerned about Smith's praise for communism than about his union organizing. Manley and Bustamante, the powerful duo of post-war Jamaica, had developed unions that were basically their lengthened shadows and vote-getters for their political machines. At a 1954 meeting of SAWU, the Sugar and Agricultural Workers Union, the union Smith put together, someone asked what the difference was between a trade union attached to a political party as against a union unattached to a political party. Comrade Smith replied that the SAWU was a union unattached to a political party and was therefore distinct in its difference from other unions in Jamaica. As his friend and comrade Richard Hart recalled, Smith had revived a concept of what the structure of the trade union movement should be, which had been abandoned by the TUC Trade Union Congress in 1948, when its separate affiliated unions had been merged into one general workers' union like the BITU Bustamante's federated unions. He had also introduced a new concept with his advocacy that the workers in each industry should be united regardless of any differences of political beliefs or affiliations which they might have. 17 The Sugar and Agricultural Workers Union, an affiliate of his Jamaican Federation of Trade Unions, JFTU, was formed in 1953. A well-attended meeting of SAWU of over 5,000 workers, was described by local residents as the largest public meeting held here over the past 2 years. When SAWU was formally established on September 26, 1953 at the Magnet Theatre in Maypen, Clarendon, there were repra. 248. Sensitives from Frome Estate in Westmoreland, Worthy Park Estate, and Bybrook Estate in St. Catherine, Vere in Clarendon, Appleton Estate, and Balaclava in St. Elizabeth, Logwood in Hanover and St. Thomas. Weeks later, the Jamaica Times reported that communist infiltration into the island's sugar industry, led by Ferdinand Smith, top international red executive in the British Caribbean area, has moved from the insignificant stage. While the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union still commands overwhelming support among sugar workers and Manly's National Workers Union has minority following there. The newly formed red-led Jamaica Federation of Trade Unions is gaining a toehold in the industry at the expense of the TUC. 18. One solid reason for the spectacular rise of the unions organized by Smith was his focus on issues beyond the workplace. Thus, he launched a campaign to strengthen the local insurance and social security system, with financing from the government and the employer class. The purpose of his most recent trip to Vienna was to gather ammunition for this battle, one of the RST battles of his Jamaica Federation of Trade Unions, involving mass meetings, mass eating, and the like. 19. Though Smith's travels within the Caribbean were circumscribed, London could not prevent his ideas from reaching these shores. In neighboring Trinidad and Tobago, a campaign for social security was launched simultaneously with that in Jamaica, the RST of its kind in the country. There were also unemployment demonstrations held as a means of stepping up the struggle for the social insurance and social security system. Because the WFTU was involved, both nations were able to draw upon the expertise of LV Soloviev of the USSR. Yet another reason for London to complain about how Smith's presence had opened the door to Soviet penetration of the Caribbean. 20. But West Indians were not dependent on the Soviets for ideas, as Smith, who had been in charge of social measures for thousands of sailors, had plenty of his own. Based on his personal investigations and on the contributions made to the local Social Security Conference, attended by some 200 people of all sections of the population, Smith determined that the concept of social welfare in Jamaica was that of charity and not of right. There is no provision whatsoever for old age pensions, to cite one example. In this respect, Jamaica is even behind Barbados, Trinidad, and Guyana. Under exceptional circumstances of destitution arising from drought, epidemic disease, or such. 249. Like causes, the parochial board of any parish may afford temporary relief. But it must be borne in mind that even this relief is limited by the inadequate provision of funds by the government for distribution in this way. Smith focused on the inadequacies of the system and pointed to the areas in which reforms were necessary. There is no legislative provision for any benefit during illness or disability except in the case of work injuries. Limited numbers of workers have subscribed to benevolent societies whereby out of their own meager savings they provide for themselves, and a similar service through the trade unions is also in operation. Although there was legislation for compensation for injuries suffered in the course of employment in Jamaica, it was totally inadequate. There was no provision in Jamaica for assistance to women who are unable to work while they are pregnant or in the period immediately following childbirth. As of 1949, Smith said, there were 369,000 children between the ages of 4 and 15 or 264,000 between the ages of 7 and 15, but there was only accommodation for 137,000 children in schools. The situation is relatively the same today. Actually, it was getting worse. When the British Prime Minister came to Jamaica recently, a young member of the War Veterans Organization, who, in spite of the promises made during the war, lived in utmost misery, tried to speak to the minister, but he was arrested by the police. The second time he succeeded but was again arrested. This incident should have opened Churchill's eyes, but he did not want to bother. The situation was so serious that a law has been proposed to prohibit any demonstrators to come within 500 yards of Parliament. 21 It was becoming difficult to dismiss Smith as a red provocateur when all he was doing was getting for basic provisions for the elderly, disabled and pregnant women, and the unemployed. Initially, London thought that Bustamante, the titular leader of the nation, was not doing enough to confront this new threat. Bustamante was not greatly concerned about the activities of Smith and Hart, said the Colonial Office, as long as their efforts were directed to establishing the People's Educational Organization. But given the attempt by communists to obtain trade union support amongst sugar workers, he should be on high alert. The colonial governor was reluctant to bar Reds. Of course, Washington had no such qualms, but the danger of the spread of communist unions is real, and if extreme action is to be taken. 250. Better to do it now. 22 Sounding urgent, the Colonial Office asserted that for nearly 3 years we have been pressing Jamaica to get out of the "it can't happen here" frame of mind, for unless there is a proper emergency powers ordinance, Jamaica will be almost powerless to deal with militant communism. 23 London's response was to encourage the newly formed International Confederation of Free Trade Unions (ICFTU) as a counter to Smith's WFTU. But the ICFTU had the temerity to speak of anti-colonialism. Although the British trade unions were a moderating unions, it was to the ICFTU that the Colonial Office looked for help. It had to be treated gingerly, as opposition to it by the Jamaican government could only increase the anti-colonial bias of that body and do more harm than good. 24 U.S. diplomats concurred with this analysis. Communism, they proclaimed, has been slowly and methodically setting in Jamaica the past year and has now reached the point where it cannot be safely ignored. Rather than let the situation get out of hand in Jamaica, it appears desirable to outlaw communism outright. 25 Smith's JFTU was able to provide strike pay, a major difference between it and other union federations. JFTU tactics making headway, said a U.S. analyst, as Smith and Hart were now spending entire time traveling in the sugar-producing area. 26 The JFTU, the U.S. analyst reported, agreeing with the Colonial Office, is attracting a following to much larger extent than authorities expected, partly due to neglect by Chief Minister Bustamante of sugar workers in his own constituency, parish of Clarendon. 27. These diplomats' assessment was accurate. Smith was pushing to reunite the left now, arguing for a joint conference of the members and supporters of the forces grouped around Manley and himself. 28 Hart reported that on a recent visit to Save Lamar, Smith said that several persons unusual on the waterfront report that the workers are hostile to the Bustamante forces. A private meeting with Smith has been requested by unusual persons, with a view to discussing the possibility of our organizing the workers there. 29 Smith was also reaching beyond Jamaica to his old haunts in Cuba. As Fidel Castro's forces were electrifying the nation with their audacious guerrilla attacks, Smith was meeting with a delegation from Cuba. Since the principal industry of both countries is sugar, it was necessary. 251. Sorry to coordinate bargaining strategies and the like, they pledged to supply each other with details of the wages, hours of work and conditions of work, the price of sugar, and so on. 30 Bustamante did not need much prodding to take action. Soon he was trying to impose legislation that even the Colonial Office found draconian. 31 In an abrupt turnabout, he was outraged with what he considered London's soft line against the Reds. 32 This beautiful and sunny island needs help to rescue it from communism, he declared. 33 Soon the U.S. consulate was reporting that Bustamante advocates outlawing communism and shows quite a different understanding from a bare 2 months ago when he stated, "The few communists around mean nothing." 34 Bustamante moved quickly to ban 8 communist publications. 35 Soon Smith began to grumble about tampering with his mail. 36 Bustamante pressured the Colonial Office to outlaw communism altogether, whatever that meant, but the British were reluctant to deploy what they called fascist methods. Although they agreed that it was important to strangle communism in Jamaica in this early stage rather than wait until it has got a hold. Police searches of Ferdinand Smith's house and of his Union HQ went forward as London observed that U.S. interest in these events is to be noted. 37 Soon the press was ablaze with stories of the raid on Jamaica communist chief and the important documents seized. 38 American security forces are keeping a strict watch on the growth of communists in Jamaica, the Yorkshire Observer reported. 39 Though Britain was ostensibly the colonial power in Jamaica, Washington was playing an increasing role in Jamaican politics. It was naturally dismayed to see that Ferdinand Smith, the man it had chased from U.S. shores, had not been driven into political oblivion. Writing in late 1953 from 40 Longstone Road in Vineyard Town, Kingston, a working-class community, Smith sounded far from discouraged by his ejection from the United States. "The GHT is on, my friend," he crowed, "and we need the help of all those we can call on." Busta, sensing the will of the workers to throw him overboard, is trying to use the power of government to hold on to the trade union movement, from which he derives his real power. He thought Bustamante was on the defensive, while he, Smith, was on the offensive, moving forward. "Despite the fact that we have the government, employers, and the labor fakers arrayed against us, the workers are in acting mood. The sugar season is just about getting started, and if the workers are hungry when they are working, what?" 252. "Do you imagine they are like when there is no work?" Smith added, "No matter how bleak I paint the picture, I couldn't paint it as realistically as it really is. Here is a government openly using its power to suppress a union which is the creation of the workers themselves, in support of a union which is the creature of the employers." The political climate on the island was becoming so repressive that Smith told his correspondent, "Don't use my name or put your address on the envelope." 40 Although, looking back, David Godfrey, a leading member of the Jamaican Constabulary, was dismissive of Smith's forces, his own words are indicative of the impact of the former sailor and the left in general. When Godfrey began in 1950, the police force had 14 staff, but when he was transferred 10 years later, there were over 60 police at various ranks and the force had been completely Jamaicanized. One reason was that serious riots occurred with regrettable frequency, many of them labor-related, a situation not helped by the fact that the local constabulary in those days were pro-JLP, that is, pro-Bustat Manti for the most part. Godfrey made no connection between this fact and what he termed the small and ineffectual Communist Party in Jamaica. Smith, he recalled, eventually managed to establish two feeble organizations, though the Jamaica Comrades never presented a serious security problem. The police special branch had an intelligence collecting and collation function that targeted Smith's ineffectual band with one of the most sophisticated technical operations ever mounted in Jamaica up to then. The Catholic Church was co-opted for this operation. The police also maintained deep cover informants within Smith's ranks. Smith was also hampered by the fact that the Jamaican telephone system was notoriously unreliable in the country parts, as even the officers had to speak quite loudly to each other while the phones alternated between gradual fades and loud static. This facilitated bugging. 41 Smith was not overstating the veil of repression that had descended on Jamaica. He forwarded to his comrades in the United States an article that claimed that the island was the missing link in the red chain. In it, Victor Riesel, the veteran U.S.-based Red Hunter, spoke of a concerted communist crusade to seize control of trade unions from Iceland to South America, through the WFTU, with Jamaica being the key link and Smith being the key man. The communist drive is directed by the ex-New Yorker Ferdinand Smith, who from Jamaica was directing the WFTU activities throughout the 253 Caribbean area. Once let Smith obtain a stranglehold on these lifelines of Jamaica's existence, and not only trade unionism here but the country as a whole is doomed. He concluded, "I agree with Bustamante, stop him now." 42 Riesel was preaching to the choir, when it came to Bustamante and his backers in London. The Colonial Office was struggling to prevent a replay of what was occurring in British Guyana and what seemed to be happening in Trinidad and Tobago, where the communist-led unions are established, efficient and strong. One of our main objections in refusing to deal with communist-led unions in Trinidad was that the policy just would not work. That objection does not hold in Jamaica, it was said condently in early 1954, where it is quite possible in practice to get along at present without dealing with communist-led unions, but it might not be so in the future if the unions are allowed to grow. The aim, in any case, was to kill the Union Federation before it became as strong as in neighboring Port of Spain and Georgetown. 43. Wading forcefully and publicly into the controversy, Governor Hugh Foote addressed the Chamber of Commerce at the Myrtle Bank in Kingston in March 1954. I described the communist threat, he instructed his attentive audience, by referring to the old story of the Trojan horse. The difference between ourselves and the Trojan defenders of old is that we know in advance that, inside the belly of the beast there are sworn enemies of all we believe in. Few in number maybe, but, armed with all the paraphernalia of treachery and trickery and treason and tyranny. The Moscow horse has arrived in Jamaica. It is foreign to every good tradition which has grown up in the island. It depends on foreign money. If the communist movement in Jamaica depended on the subscriptions of Jamaicans, there would be no danger, since the subscriptions of Jamaican communists would not pay the wages of the offsport. This was a curious charge, as Sir Hugh must have known how generously Manly's efforts were being subsidized by various entities in the United Kingdom and the United States. But he concluded, I think we are right to ban the poisonous communist literature. I see no reason why we should facilitate the traveling of communists to their headquarters in Eastern Europe, a reference to Smith's visits to Vienna. 44. Hart averred that Governor Foote knew that his allegation that the Union and its leaders were being nanced by foreign communist funds 254 was false. Foote was aware of this because the correspondence of persons suspected of leftist sympathies was being illegally opened by the so-called security police, and information about the receipt of any remittances of foreign funds would have been available from the banks. The governor knew that the trade union movement's financial resources were so limited that at that time it depended for transport mainly on himself and his second-hand Hillman Minx motor car, and could afford one poorly furnished room at Berry Street for an office. As he had always done, Hart served this and all other causes without payment or reward. Ferdy Smith had only his modest salary as an assistant secretary of the WFTU and, after his retirement, a pension, and lived very modestly, unable even to afford his own car. Still furious years later, Hart charged that it is more difficult to conceive of a more blatant and dishonest abuse of his official position by a colonial governor than that of Sir Hugh Foote in making this speech. 45. The crackdown on Smith and his supporters was successful. Richard Hart lamented in 1953 that it is now fairly obvious that we are no longer in the strong position we were right after the split in the PNP. For at least 6 weeks after the split, the PNP leaders could not get a hearing on the streets of the city and suburbs except in eastern St. Andrew. They were howled down by the people. The masses were with the left, who had been expelled from the PNP. The monster demonstrations we had last year were over 4 times as large as this year. Part of the problem, he thought, was his erstwhile comrade, Ken Hill, and his consistent refusal over a number of months to meet Ferdinand Smith, the most experienced and distinguished West Indian in the trade union movement today. Hill also prevented Hart from speaking at public meetings, because of my public affirmation that I am still a Marxist and am not alarmed when I am called a communist or red. 46. The Jamaican left was split time and again, with Social Democrats giving in to anti-communist pressure to purge those to their left, who in turn felt compelled to purge others to their left. And while the left was forming a ring squad by forming a circle, those they claimed to represent were suffering. Michael Manley, Norman's son, recalled that as late as 1952 I can remember employers who thought they were entitled to abuse their workers in the most shameful way, the way household help was brutalized by employers, for example, beg. 255. Garred description, while those who opposed such maltreatment were denounced as Reds. I came to be known in certain employer circles as a communist, said Michael, an eminent social democrat, because I unswervingly asserted the proposition that employer and worker are essentially equal. So deep were the class attitudes in Jamaica that this unoriginal and ideologically pedestrian notion was enough to stamp me at best a dangerous radical and at worst, and more probably, as an out-and-out communist. 47 Bustamante, the sugar barons, and London worried that Smith's union organizing efforts had struck a chord among workers. Smith noted that the sugar cane the poorly paid workers chopped was shipped to Reenries in the UK, which ships the rend product back to Jamaica, where it is retailed at a higher price than that which British workers pay, despite the fact that the cost of living was higher than in Great Britain. Since its creation in 1953, the sugar workers affiliate of Smith's JFTU had faced prison, tear gas, bullets, and even death. Disorder erupted in early 1954 when this union organized job actions on a number of estates and confronted the economic giants of the island. Though the unions tied to Bustamante and Manley refused to cooperate, for the first time in the history of the island, workers chose to raise their demands before the cutting of the crop and to ask for a wage increase. 48 Smith and his comrades distributed a lead to the workers. It included a quote from the powerful Vernon Tate, chair of the West Indian Sugar Company, who noted ecstatically that in 1953 both our factories surpassed their previous production records, generating record profits. Yes, sugar workers, said these trade unionists, there you have it. For the 1954 to 1955 crop, let your slogan be, not one stalk of cane will be cut until we have a signed agreement. 49 Smith, the chief organizer and theoretician of the Sugar and Agricultural Workers Union, SAWU, said the union was engaged in a number of strikes in Hanover and St. Elizabeth to win increased wages and improved social conditions in the face of the policy of the employers, which was to starve these workers into submission. 50 SAWU was on strike at the Raheen Cane Farm, attached to the Ray and Knapp-owned Appleton Sugar Estate, and was battling strong intimidation by the police and the strike-breaking activities of Manley's union. However, encouraged by Busta himself, the pro-Bustamante 256 planters Attlee refused to negotiate with Smith's union, thereby effectively defeating SAWU. Manley's ascent to power in 1955 did not change things much. Having just replaced Bustamante as chief minister, Manley was told that he, as head of a socialist government, should call upon the police force to cease intimidation of the strikers. 51 An outraged Smith found it hard to believe that Manley's NWU issued instructions to the workers to ignore the strike appeal. He demanded that you immediately call upon your officers to desist from these strike-breaking tactics, which are only designed to confuse and divide the workers and aid the bosses in their campaign of exploitation. 52 Smith's global contacts helped the sugar workers. When they met in late 1954, they received messages of solidarity from the Indonesian plantation workers, Romanian agricultural workers, Japan Peasants Union, St. Vincent Federated Industrial and Agricultural Workers Union, St. Lucia Seamen and Waterfront Workers, and other unions too numerous to mention. Addressing the assembled workers, their hands calloused from eld labor, their brows furrowed from worrying about their survival, Smith praised Chetty Jugun, now under siege in neighboring Guyana, and congratulated the workers whose struggle for an old age pension had forced the government to consider the measure. He exhorted the conference to be proud of the name red, as it was a badge of honor. 53 Smith was hoping to organize both the employed and the unemployed by attempting to erode the reserve army of labor, a powerful tool for employers. Smith moved that a provisional chairman and secretary be elected of unemployed regional councils to be established on the same basis as the SAWU. 54 He was simultaneously leading marches for work or unemployment pay that worked their way through downtown Kingston, going from the Ward Theatre, along King Street and North Street, and down Duke Street. 55 In addition to marches, Smith and Richard Hart held a weekly news forum, every Monday night at King Street, at which foreign news was featured each week about progressive breakthroughs in Kenya, Vietnam, and elsewhere in the colonized world. To that end they also held one public meeting, lecture, symposium or debate per week, thereby sharpening skills for which Jamaica was already well known. 56. 257. While Smith was helping to organize sugar workers, his People's Education Organization was engaging in grassroots education of all, employed and unemployed alike. Addressing a crowd at 64 Berry Street in Kingston at the convention of his umbrella federation, the Jamaica Federation of Trade Unions, he cited Frederick Douglass's proposition that where there is no struggle, there is no progress. Speaking simply and carefully, he dealt with practical trade unionism which comes from the everyday contact with the workers and showed that, while theoretical knowledge was necessary, emphasis should be placed on learning practically from the workers. Popular with the workers, Smith was unanimously approved as president of the JFTU that he had helped found. 57. Smith's activism dismayed the U.S. authorities, who had thought they had exiled him permanently to a kind of political Siberia. Smith was making slow but steady headway, they said. He has announced intention to make trip to unspeaked part of Africa during the summer. He has full-time, influential individual supporters in many isolated rural districts. The local authorities were astonished and puzzled by Smith's activities in isolated areas, particularly on sugar estates which employed thousands of workers. 58. As Jamaicans began to ease the poverty of their homeland for the better opportunities they hoped to end in the United Kingdom, Washington alleged that Smith had planted among the 680 Jamaican job seekers who left, a few unidentified Jamaicans who will take up communist training in London. Moreover, local communists in Jamaica have formed a death squad, a strong-arm group of about 10 persons headed by Mr. John Rowland Sims. Washington conceded, however, that this was in response to similar groups that had arisen among forces allied with Manley and Bustamante. 59. Washington's growing unease was apparent when Smith reached out to William Patterson, his old comrade from the U.S. Communist Party. "Pat," he said, "maybe you can end a reliable cover, non-political, where I can write you. Should you end this, you may send it to the same address where this letter was sent. She is my niece and is quite reliable. The powers that be haven't the remotest idea of my even knowing her. We have kept it that way." He was eager to reach out to Fast, Howard, the prolific red novelist, and Field, Fred, the progressive philanthropist. But the problem has been, how to reach them without informing our enemies. The net of surveillance that dogged his every 258 step hampered his ability to form alliances and simply keep abreast of developments on a poor island with an underdeveloped telecommunications infrastructure. But Smith was not deterred. "Pat," he exulted, "you can't imagine to what degree the West Indian people are moving toward winning their freedom. I tell you, the whole area is like a smoldering volcano. The imperialists know this, that is why they have been sending their big guns down here so frequently. First Churchill, then the Queen a few weeks ago and the Archbishop of New York. They are trying to hold on to what can't any longer be held. I often wonder if our people, the 15 million Negro Americans, realize how important to their own freedom would be the winning of independence by the 3 million West Indians. What they should also realize is that while they are struggling as a minority, against the oppressing majority, we are in the more favorable position of being a vast majority. It is this fact which has forced the colonialists to place so much emphasis on the winning of stooges in our ranks." He assured Patterson that he was still concerned about our friends' struggles in the U.S. "The fact is that I am in daily touch with all your activities, through the press and otherwise." He suggested that Patterson get in touch with Stephanie, his daughter, who lived in the Bronx, as a conduit to further communication. 60. Smith did not mislead. Though besieged on all sides, Smith's union still found time to make demands for the return of Paul Robeson's passport. 61. These events were unfolding as the Cold War was getting more intense and opposition to communists like Smith and those sympathetic to the communists was growing stronger. The British Union Federation decided to provide a grant of £100 to the unions tied to Manley in a maneuver to counter Smith's JFTU. 62. With the help of a grant from the unions of Cuba, Manly's National Workers' Union established a bridgehead in the sugar industry of Jamaica, which it conceded was not traditionally its stronghold. After receiving another £1,500 from London, the NWU admitted that it is safe to say without foreign aid we could never have contemplated, much less achieved our present position, given that they were guiding Smith's forces on the left and Bustamante's on the right. 63 Not surprisingly, these London-based unions chose not to contribute to Smith's JFTU, although the JFTU was organising workers and seeking to improve their well-being. They refused on account of the 259 JFTU's red affiliations, even after Smith made an appeal in the midst of a strike at the Appleton Raheen Estates in St. Elizabeth and Hanover that was now in its 20th day. 64 According to Manly's comrade, F.A. Glasspool, the strikers had made considerable headway, and have been able to close down by strikes 2 estates, one of which is the second largest sugar factory in Jamaica. This was a significant achievement, given that since sugar employed approximately 50,000 workers and is the key to industrial power in Jamaica. 65 Meanwhile, as the strike was unfolding in 1954, Norman Manley visited the United States and obtained funds from certain unions. 66 This was a sound investment, counselled F.A. Glasspool. If Manley's forces could prevail, they would have a profound effect on the whole British West Indian political and trade union development. Indeed, if the PNP and NWU had been in BG British Guyana, the situation would never have been allowed to drift as in Jamaica. Thus, Cuban unions, about to be transformed by Fidel Castro's triumph VE years hence, pledged another $5,000 to the NWU. 67 Smith pleaded in vain for aid to the thousands of sugar workers on strike for 60 days despite police intimidation and wholesale arrest, red-baiting, and heavy courtesies. 68 Smith's assessment of the widespread impact of this job action was sound. Sir Hugh Foote, London's man in Kingston, announced that with the strike the Moscow horse has arrived in Jamaica and that an appropriate response was required. 69 In a personal and confidential dispatch, the avuncular Sir Hugh acknowledged that we have been concerned in the past few weeks about the strikes in several farms. He thought Smith makes an effective appeal to the rabble amongst the sugar workers, particularly as his new union does not ask for payment of union dues. As such, he was considering the very awkward question of what further action can be taken to check communist activity, especially as Smith had been very active among the sugar workers and danger that he will receive increasing support in the sugar areas is real. 70 In mid-June 1954 the British held a tense meeting in central Kingston. As they were gathering, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Jim Crow was no longer the law of land, fooling one of Smith's longtime wishes and giving the besieged left hope that they could look forward to further advances. Given this situation, Sir Hugh admitted that the activities of Ferdinand Smith and Richard Hart were causing genuine anxiety. Hart, a lawyer known to be one of the most talented 260 thinkers and organizers in Jamaica, and Smith, the veteran union leader, made for a formidable team. London's local men knew this well. Smith and Hart had already succeeded in organizing effective strikes on 2 sugar estates and, although these had been broken, it may not be difficult for them to end the opportunities to dislocate parts, or even the whole, of the sugar industry in the future, or, indeed, to break into other industries. Sir Hugh therefore circulated a secret draft on Jamaica anti-communist legislation to prevent such an eventuality, 71 and warned publicly about the perceived communist threat in the region. 72 All the while London was gathering large amounts of information on the role of the WFTU in Jamaica, 73 including minutes of their meetings, 74 and industrial relations in the sugar industry, 75 and mulling over the annual report of the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Board. 76 This feverish activity led ultimately to the de facto outlawing of Smith's organizing efforts and strong anti-left sentiment in Jamaica. But while Smith was being squeezed by Manley and Bustamante at home and London and Washington abroad, the Colonial Office had its own difficulties. It was justly concerned that the United States was unenthusiastic about British colonialism and feared that such stringent anti-communist legislation in Jamaica would give credence to the seditious notion that the empire should allow Washington and not London to lead the battle against the left. Moreover, the British legation in Washington revealed that the U.S. press had a tendency to exaggerate the magnitude of the communist element in Jamaica and that this tendency should be combated lest it might deter tourists and would-be investors in Jamaica. It referred to a recent Saturday Evening Post article discussing Smith, a lean, ascetic Negro, well received by a small nucleus of left-wing sugar workers, and another piece in a more obscure periodical that also targeted Smith. "He is working again, for the Kremlin," said the article, "and in a spot where he can create serious headaches for the US as well as Britain. The years of valuable labor organizing experience he gained in the NMU will now stand him, and Moscow, in good stead as he goes to work in cooperation with the hundreds of other trained Kremlin agents now operating in the Caribbean and Latin America year." This being the backyard of the United States, which had a large number of Social Democrats viewed widely in Washington as junior Reds, U.S. authorities feared London was simply not up to the challenge provided by someone like Smith. 77. 261. Moreover, the United States' move away from the now discredited ideas of racial supremacy was problematic for the United Kingdom, as these ideas were an essential part of the colonial enterprise. Even Walter Hood, the British trade union leader, was so disconcerted about meeting with Kenyans that he refused to talk to some of the African Unionists until they got a scrubbing brush and washed themselves. 78. However, too much should not be made of these U.S.U.K tensions, for the two powers were generally united on anti-communism. Certainly neither London nor Washington were comforted when Smith and Hart presided over a ceremony that mourned the death of Stalin and two AGs at half-mast were hoisted at their headquarters. One was the Communist AG and the other the Red Chinese AG. 79. While they may have been united in their joint hostility to Smith, the tricky Bustamante, when not in an alcoholic stupor, sensed that he could play upon the tensions created by a declining London and a rising Washington. "Busta," said one U.S. diplomat, "invariably tells every American visitor that although he is devoted to the royal family and to his British allegiance, he is intensely pro-American. This assertion is reiterated, and he is much given to repetition, as though it were a paradox hard to believe and almost self-contradictory. Lounging in a colorful shirt on his veranda and relling our glasses with Mum's cordon bleu. He dwelt at some length on his stay in the United States for 8 years, posing as Puerto Rican. Busta waxed eloquently about how if he had any choice over his place of birth, he would have chosen to be born in the United States. No fool, Busta realized that the winning ticket for the rest of the century lay with Uncle Sam. As so often happened, the conversation between the U.S. representative and Bustamante moved quickly and abruptly to their object of immediate obsession, Smith. Smith was now a very sick man with relatively little power to make trouble, but, said Bustamante, events might have turned out very differently if his government had not taken the action they did. When, early last year, Smith succeeded in getting the workers at the Appleton estate to go on strike, Bustamante had told Governor Foote that it was essential that the government should freeze out Smith's union by refusing to give it any official recognition. He said that Sir Hugh had objected that this would be in 262. Consistent with democratic practice, since the Sugar and Agricultural Workers Union was a duly registered trade union entitled to the same privileges as others under the law. Such even-handedness only confirmed Washington in its view that London was not up to the Red challenge, and that the United States had to displace its erstwhile ally. Bustamante earned Washington's affection when he forcefully told Sir Hugh, "Either you refuse recognition to Smith's union or I'll become a dictator." Happily, Bustamante's U.S. interlocutor reported, this seemed to settle the matter. Bustamante then told Mr. Roy Lindo, of the Sugar Estate, that he was to have no dealings with Smith or his union, and Lindo complied. Leaving for a vacation in Europe, the Appleton workers drifted away from Smith's union and the strike collapsed. Though saddest with Bustamante's anti-communist fervor, Armistead Lee, the consular official, was stunned by his vanity and ambition and the fact that union dues of poor workers from the trade union federation that carried his name had contributed to his personal wealth. No one mentioned how this federation was threatened by Smith's organizing. Skillfully playing on Washington's ambitions, Busta said that but for his decisive action, a Jugun could easily have arisen in Jamaica in the form of Ferdinand Smith. Busta now felt that Washington owed him one and he fully expected to collect. 80 Sharing Busta's sense that the United States would be playing a key role in the region, N. Nethersoul of Manley's party was advising a revolt from sterling to a US dollar domination as early as 1952. 81 Bustamante argued that he had faced down Smith and his trade union organizing simply by ruling his action illegal and spearheading raids on his headquarters and home, which yielded names, accounts, stacks of red literature, and the like. 82 When the Ministry of Labor announced that it would not deal with unions associated with communists or other communist unions, it enacted a death blow on Smith's organizing. True, Smith's union was able to secure increased wages for workers, but in the long term the Red Bogey succeeded in undermining his efforts. Smith received the bad news directly when he and representatives of the sugar workers arrived at Prospect Farm at the appointed time. The management representative Mr. Clare met them and offered them a drink but told them that he, 263, could not negotiate. When asked why if this was the case, he had brought them all this way, he said that he had invited them only to get to know them. Sadly, the union had no alternative but call workers out on strike, a maneuver that ultimately proved not altogether successful. 83. From a promising beginning in 1953, Smith's unions SAWU and the federation to which it was affiliated, JFTU, were driven to launching a series of punishing strikes. Although they made some gains, the costs were high, particularly since union members were so poor. Richard Hart described what happened as political murder. Meanwhile, the unions tied to Manley and Bustamante, Hart noted, held no regular meetings at which the workers sit down and discuss their problems. All decisions are made at the top. Workers regard a trade union as something belonging to one or other of the political leaders as a sort of business or political investment. This has caused a very cynical attitude towards trade unionism. Because Manley and Busta were threatened by the rise of the JFTU, they quickly made common cause to prevent it from spreading, using every form of police persecution and intimidation. 84 Ironically, although London was quick and eager when it came to handicapping the left, it was not as enthusiastic about Bustamante's stratagem of simply refusing to deal with Smith and his unions. That step, wrote the Colonial Office, was not taken after consultation with HMG Her Majesty's government and was contrary to the general tenor of our advice. 85 A prima facie case could be made out, said a bureaucrat, that government of Jamaica was not acting in accordance with the spirit of Article 18, H, of Convention No. 82 in that it has decided to have no dealings with the JFTU. 86 London wanted to rein in Bustamante's galloping anti-communism, yet London also knew that doing so would only drive him closer to Washington and accelerate the inevitable decline of the United Kingdom and the rise of the United States. So while London was concerned about the de facto illegality of Smith's unions, it felt that some way must be found for Kingston to confront the Reds. This was not an easy square to circle. 87 Meanwhile, Washington was delighted with the deletion of the communist threat in Jamaica. In the spring of 1955 the Kingston consulate was celebrating the revelation that neither Frank nor Ken Hill were communist. Both were thoroughly disillusioned with the COM. 264. Munists now and, their logical resting place would be in the Bustamante fold. Though Washington had great respect for their intelligence, it thought they were essentially opportunists. Now Washington wanted to keep Smith and the left prostrate, for if the JFTU were allowed to bargain for workers, the picture might very well change. In such a case, left-wing dissidents once tied to Manley but dissatisfied with the moderate policies of the PNP government, might easily turn to the communists if they are the only alternative. Continuing to interfere in Jamaica's internal affairs, the consulate thought there may be a real advantage in keeping Hill's TUC alive as an alternative non-communist haven. Washington was aware that the present division of organized labor was certainly harmful. It is putting a premium on extravagant wage demands, as each group bids for the mass following. It failed to mention that division of labor by definition hampered unity and reduced the possibility of attaining these extravagant wage demands. 88. Meeting with Ken Hill, a former left-winger himself, in October 1955. In a private conversation, a U.S. diplomat was keen to observe that he discuss his political odyssey with a disarming candor. Hill agreed that Jamaica could very easily have gone the same way as British Guyana had the movement of economic protest and nationalism fallen into the hands of communist leadership. As it was, Hill told his U.S. interlocutor, the communists arrived relatively late on the scene. It was not until March of 1952 that Ferdinand Smith came with some money and extravagant promises of more from the WFTU. Had they really had substantial funds, he said, acknowledging the fallacy of a direct owe of funds from Vienna and Moscow to Kingston, they could have built up a real organization at one time, for none of the other unions had sufficient resources for effective organizing. Now it was too late for them. Some of the news was almost too good to be true. Frank Hill, once a feared leftist, had been to overseas conferences of moral rearmament and is looked upon by influential MRA circles in Jamaica as a most promising recruit, quite a coup for this religious group. On one point all observers seem to agree. Richard Hart has been the key figure in communist activities over the years, though it was no coincidence that the rapid enrollment of sugar workers in the SAWU during the period from October 1953 through February 1954 dovetailed with Smith's increased activism. But now, radical activity was at its lowest ebb. Smith was living obscurely in Kingston, though he has just had 265. A heart attack. But vigilance was still required, as it must not be supposed that the average Jamaican worker would be immune if there were a well-organized and well-financed communist effort. If the left had not been defeated, the Guatemala situation might well have been reproduced, that is, there may have been a progressive government not unlike that overthrown by Washington in a bloody coup a year earlier. 89. 266. 12. The final voyage of Ferdinand Smith. By the mid-1950s, Smith's union organizing drives had begun to falter, as the government adly refused to deal with organizations they considered communist. He was now over 60 years old and not in the best of health. Though the weather in Jamaica was superb, it was an underdeveloped island with few of the amenities to which he had grown accustomed during his long stay in Manhattan. Yet he continued to work, now leading the People's Freedom Movement, PFM, a new political party whose founding conference in 1955 was attended on the opening day by 35 people and on the second day by 49, representing 5 parishes. Combating unemployment and getting fare hikes on buses were its chief issues, but anti-communism derailed the PFM just as it had the SAWU, JFTU, and other organizations Smith had nurtured. Moreover, Smith was beginning to show signs of fatigue. "Our need is so urgent," he moaned, "I have been carrying the load on all fronts. I am all spent." 2. He also complained of being cut off from vital sources of information, which could impair his judgment and lead to poor decisions. "I am longing to get some news about the Western Hemisphere, etc., etc., he said in the spring of 1958. 3. Though Smith's organizations were not exactly flourishing, the authorities continued to monitor him and his comrades relentlessly, as if the revolution were nigh. In late 1955, the constabulary acknowledged in a secret report that the JFTU was limited to the sugar and agricultural workers and the Seamen's Association. The union has concentrated on St. Elizabeth and Hanover, and to a lesser extent Clarendon. Smith's annual salary is about £1,000 while another £2,000 is said to be for general expenses. Both sums are supplied by the WFTU. This confirmed the fact that the authorities knew where his funding came from and how much there was. They also knew that Mr. Rodwell Samuel Atherley, a British Communist Party member and a native of British Guiana, whilst on his way to British Guiana was found to be carrying a letter from John Larose to Mrs. Jugun in which 267 proposals for concerted action among the communist bodies in Trinidad, British Guiana, and Jamaica were set forth. They also kept their eyes on Smith's spouse, Sonia Jackson, an East Indian who has been very active among the East Indians of Western Kingston and St. Andrew. Lectures are given by Ferdinand Smith. In addition, they are taught to read and write. They engaged in a number of activities thought typical. Gramophone records of Paul Robeson and China propaganda have also been imported in limited quantities, though there were about 10 returned Jamaicans who were British Communist Party holding members. Yet, for all that, the authorities well knew that communism is at low ebb in Jamaica, hampered by a chronic lack of nance. However, increased spending on surveillance was justified on the grounds that fertile soil can clearly be seen by the rapid growth of 3 PFM groups in the matter of 2 months and the increase of Chinese communist literature. For this was why there was a long drawn-out battle to recover a LM projector and speaker sent as a gift from East Germany to Smith, which had been confiscated by the authorities on the basis of customs law. 5. Indeed, the colonial government was so insecure about its position that it even suspected a nascent religious group of subversion. "I do not suppose," said a British official, "that there is anything of communism in these Rastafarians as yet, but," he added realistically, "the great wealth and abject poverty in Jamaica are all that is needed for genuine trouble." 6. Washington, which did not have the burden of administering Jamaica, could afford to be more balanced in its evaluation. Its assessment was that Smith's party's influence was strongest in a few rural pockets of large sugar estate country where certain union leaders follow the lead of Smith and have long been established and have a personal following. It thought their influence was negligible in the urban area. It also thought Smith's party was stronger when running against Bustamante's party alone than when a Manley-backed candidate is in the L. It was content that the overall influence of Smith's party has declined during the past year. 7. Richard Hart did not disagree, acknowledging that by 1957 the SAWU no longer had sufficient strength to call a strike and was soon unable to keep any organizers in the L. Unlike Washington and London, however, Hart believed this development had both external and internal causes. SAWU and JFTU began to have immediate SUC. 268. Cess due to its correct policy of uniting the workers regardless of political affiliation and its militant agitation. So challenged, Manley and Bustamante joined forces with the colonial officials to smash the new union. 8. The difficulties Smith faced were illustrated by the 1956 visit to the island by William Worthy, the progressive Negro journalist from the United States, later scorned by his government for his controversial visit to Red China. No doubt Smith was expecting to end in him a willing and sympathetic ear. He would have been surprised by the dispatch led by the U.S. consulate. "He told us," it said, "that Smith and Hart were most bitter over the government's continued non-recognition of their trade union and blamed this for their failure to make more headway. They described the PNP government as having sold out." Evidently, Worthy told the consulate that Smith had asserted that the only help now received was his own salary of £90 paid by the WFTU. Had Smith known about this conversation, he would have been dismayed that even U.S. progressives inadvertently or not were conversing with U.S. diplomats and sharing intelligence about his situation. 9. On the positive side, unlike his U.S. comrades who were deprived of their passports, Smith was still able to travel, albeit with some difficulty. In early 1955 he returned from Vienna where he attended a meeting of the WFTU General Council. He was originally booked to leave London on BOAC Airlines on January 3 but was unable to take the flight as the Bahamas government informed BOAC that he would not be permitted to land there. He traveled via Amsterdam, Iceland, Montreal, Havana, and Curacao, a trip of over 2 weeks. 10. His ability to leave the island was circumscribed further in early 1957, when he was refused passport renewal as a bad security risk. 11 Despite these problems, Smith continued to persevere. In vain he demanded that British unions break their ties with Manley's forces as they actively and publicly support strike breakers, in the name of anti-communism. He argued that Manley's PNP and NWU had refused to recognize the right of workers to belong to unions of their own choosing. 12 Like many others, Smith expected at least a slight turnabout in Kingston's policy after Manley came to power. Even some of Manley's men were skeptical of the ban on Smith's union. In a private conversation on this subject with Mr. N. Nethersole of the Manley administration, one of them remarked to the reporting officer that 269. Smith's request for a negation of his union's illegality had created an embarrassing situation and that legally the JFTU was probably right. 13 But Manley's government refused to budge from this anti-communist position. From 1955 through 1959 Norman Manley, a social democrat, was in power, though sovereignty continued to rest with the colonial power in London, ousting his longtime rival, Bustamante. Those to his left, like Smith, who expected political repression to stop were bitterly disappointed. As Richard Hart recalled later, passports were denied to them or issued in a severely limited form. Their letters were opened, their movements were monitored and they were harassed by the police special branch. According to Hart, Manley wanted to convince the British and American governments that his new policy of close cooperation with them would be permanent and that his many years of collaboration with the Marxist left would not be repeated. 14 Hart's analysis has great merit. When Manley was swept to power in the 1955 elections, repression was no longer needed to thwart Smith and the left. Manley's PNP garnered 18 seats, Bustamante's party got 14, while the two communist candidates of the People's Freedom Movement lost their deposits. 15 And though there was constant talk about Moscow gold owing to Smith's coffers, in fact it was Manley who was the principal beneficiary of foreign largesse. He knocked frequently on the door of the British Labour Party, requesting that they assist us and suggesting a very much closer association. 16 Manley was tremendously pleased with the magnificent contribution from Labour and expected to get some help from the United States too. He was deeply moved and impressed by the generosity of the assistance. 17 John Hatch of Labour offered the Caribbean Socialist Federation, a group of parties that included the PNP, the sum of £2,500 in 1956, £1,500 in 1957 and £1,000 in 1958. 18 Since London was paying the piper, it insisted on calling the tune. Thus, Hatch objected to admitting the Bahamian Federation of Labour into the group, preferring the Progressive Liberal Party, though he conceded that the extent of their socialism I do not know. 19 But however much money the PNP received from across the Atlantic, it never seemed to be enough. In a begging letter to Labour which admitted that a similar appeal was being written separately to the German party, Manley's men requested a couple of mobile CIN 270 EMA units, Volkswagen vans or cars with loud-speaking equipment and tape recorders. 20 At the very same time Kingston was confiscating a LM projector, a gift from East Germany to Smith's supporters on the grounds that it was an unconscionable interference in the internal affairs of the island. Such generous funding simultaneously boosted Manley and drove Smith's forces further into decline. It was hard for Smith to accept these political setbacks. Still, his family life in Kingston was like a soothing balm. In his last years he was settled in domesticity with a young spouse and younger children. His alienation from his RST wife continued, though his daughter, Stephanie, remained in touch. "My dear daddy," she said gently at one point, "I have a feeling that you are not well, as you would have answered my letter and a birthday card. But then, you are a busy person and might have been away from Kingston." Her daughter, his granddaughter, did us all proud last week by winning a New York State College scholarship for 4 years totaling $1,400. She graduated with honors from high school, the only Negro girl in a class of 51. Stephanie was buoyed by this news. "This past week," she said, "has been the happiest days of my life. It has been a long, long time that I have been happy. I don't know what else could happen to equal what I felt this past week as I told you she was admitted to Barnard College. That old saying of yours that beauty and brains don't go together is all wet, for she has developed into a very lovely young lady. 21 Her news to my dear daddy ranged from mild remonstrations, have not heard from you quite a while, to news about his granddaughter. She came in the upper part of 10% of all that took that test that date, and was that rare Negro student admitted to both Columbia and New York University. 22 In another letter she wrote, I guess you feel that I don't remember you anymore, but far from it. You are constantly in my thoughts, and more so these past few days. 23 Her aging father was beleaguered on all fronts, trying to keep a new family on a meager income in a small house, under constant surveillance by the government, and coping with a dwindling political following. Smith was desperately trying to keep it all together, even seeking to revive contacts in the United States that had grown dormant given the logistical hurdles. He was trying to lure his old friend Paul Robeson to the island for a fundraising concert under the most impressive sponsorship possible. 24 William Patterson, plagued with his own difficulties, encouraged him to move forward with the Robeson. 271. Concert. Any appeal from foreign sources for him to appear, he said, can only help the movement here. If the appeal comes from official sources or from well-established cultural bodies, it will more readily end the outlet through the metropolitan area. The campaign has got to be of international scope. He wanted Smith to write an article on Bandung, the epical 1955 gathering of mostly African and Asian nations in Indonesia, as its attack on racism was visible on its face. The maintenance of the color bar in any phase of economic, political, or cultural relations violates the spirit of Geneva and the letter of the UN Charter. The other news was bleak. Their mutual comrade, Claudia Jones of Trinidad, was sick and, like Smith, was about to be ejected from the United States, a sober reminder of the obstacles encountered by the hemispheric left. 25 Smith was seeking assistance that was promised some time ago from his U.S. friends. But his comrade, Ben Davis, the black communist he helped to elect before he was jailed on political charges, hastened to remind him that on this as on all such matters, you are acquainted, I'm sure, with the fact that I'm isolated from the heart of things because of the severe and unjust restrictions maintained against me and my co-defendants. In sum, Smith would have to look elsewhere for assistance, for the outlook for his U.S. comrades was as bleak as his. In a word, said Davis glumly, it's quite clear that though Geneva has reduced international tensions, this is not yet felt in a big way on the domestic front. 26 Although Smith was as concerned as the next red with the global situation, the assistance he wanted was simple, centered around buying a car. To show how important this question of a car is to us, he said, note that the plan for the SAWU's annual conference to take place October 28 had to be postponed to November 18 because the friend who was to take me in his car couldn't take off from his job at the time, and I cannot yet take the rough trail. 27 Though Davis was somewhat reassured concerning Smith personally, given many reports concerning your condition evidently exaggerated, he was compelled to tell his comrade that the U.S. party was in critical condition and the situation has soaked up all our energies and resources. So he would have to look elsewhere for an auto. Yet, despite these internal problems, Davis wanted to GHT for a fundamental change in the attitude we have displayed in the past toward the Caribbean area. He turned over a copy of Smith's letter to 272. Me to Cyril Phillips, who is undertaking to raise funds to get a car for his Jamaican comrades organizing. Davis was overjoyed at the report of Smith's own splendid leadership. Pat remarked on the number of any young people who form a collective around you, and especially did he mention the young Negro women. One, he said, was another Claudia. 28 Davis knew that in the United States we are woefully neglecting West Indian work, which was why he was seeking Smith's continued counsel. 29 But Smith was not altogether in agreement with their counsel to him, for many U.S. communists could not understand why their counterparts in the Caribbean seemed to resist feed raiding the numerous tiny, postage stamp-sized islands that dotted the region. Still, Smith's correspondence with Patterson and Davis and his naming his son after Patterson showed that in terms of the conics that racked U.S. communists in the late 1950s, Smith's allegiances, like those of most Negro communists, were decidedly with those identified as hardliners. 30. Their principal target was the editor of the party paper, John Gates. Smith thought that his going from the paper, and I hope all Indians in the party, I think was a good thing for international cooperation and solidarity. Our mistake was that he was not taken head-on at the last convention. Unity is always a most desirable thing, but unity at all cost can be a mistake of the RST order. Among other things, they denounced Gates for wanting to put some distance between U.S. communists and Moscow. But Smith was not only a hardliner on matters concerning Moscow. His dealings with Manley had embittered him immensely. He suggested that the forces that the recently installed chief minister were said to represent the middle classes should also be viewed with caution in the United States. That, said Smith, was the meaning of Little Rock and the contentious school desegregation struggle that engulfed Arkansas in 1957. Don't negate the role being played by native stooges, counseled Smith, in a frequently repeated refrain. The lesson of Montgomery, the desegregation battle that made Martin Luther King, Jr. a household name, should be relearned again, he advised. Above all, these contests showed that the all-powerful whites aren't all-powerful in the age of the Sputniks, and long before that. There can be no room for the moderates, meaning the crawlers. This is the time to GHT or die on your knees. 31. If there was one change in Smith, it was that he seemed to have become more militant, particularly on race matters, after his arrival in 273. Jamaica. Perhaps this was a result of being forced to deal with the obscenity that was colonialism, with its crude denial of sovereignty and belief in white supremacy. Perhaps it was the peculiar racial climate in Jamaica, where those who were the darkest were often at the bottom of the socio-economic pyramid, and brown man rule domination by those who were lighter was so feared that some passively accepted continued domination by London. Perhaps it was the terrible underdevelopment of Jamaica, the result of this lamentable state of affairs, that caused him to think more deeply about basic questions. Whatever the case, over time Smith became a more vehement critic of the empire and what it had wrought. Though Winston Churchill was celebrated in Washington, Smith viewed him as one of the imperial boys who had engaged in the mass slaughter of our people. "We have lived through Churchill's freedom for 300 years, he said tartly, and end ourselves in the paradise of poverty. 32. The Anglo-Saxons, U.S., Britain, and the White Dominions are not only arch-imperialists but are arch-racists. Why, he asked, raising a question that needs to be answered to this day, are there the smallest communist parties, proportionately, in these countries compared to other European countries? It was in this, that we must search to nd the reason for some of the behavior we nd hard to understand. People do not live in vacuums. 33. No doubt the awful economic situation in Jamaica lay behind Smith's increased militance. While he was speaking out against Jim Crow in the United States, the Kingston government was negotiating with Washington to send poor and bedraggled Jamaicans to U.S. farms and plantations to work for a tree under agonizing conditions. It took U.S. unions to raise questions about these practices, as Horace Mitchell of the AFL told the Jamaican Minister of Labor that contracts made with employers of Jamaicans are in some respects inferior to those of the Mexican workers. He felt this was undercutting U.S. labor. But he apparently could not see how U.S. labor's backing for Manley and or Bustamante undermined U.S. labor in the long term. 34. Even the U.S. consulate in Kingston, so instrumental in destabilizing Smith's labor organizing, was a bit puzzled by the often lame approach of Manley's forces to labor. When the National Workers' Union, the union arm of Manley's party, began negotiating with Reynolds and other bauxite companies with the assistance of the U.S.-based United Steel Workers, there was a pleasant surprise to the management of 274. Kaiser when the unions deliberately asked for joint negotiations with all three companies at the same time. Management had expected that the NWU would bargain separately, playing one company off against the others. Although the consulate was at a loss to explain why, it had an inkling. The union is far more determined to achieve substantial raises for the skilled workers and to widen the margin above the laborers' rate. This is symptomatic, in the trade union ELD, of the PNP's tendency to speak for the skilled workers and the professional and clerical classes, while the Jamaican Labour Party of Bustamante bases its strength on a combination of the rural peasantry and the unskilled workers, e.g. the cane cutters, together with the urban mercantile community. Smith's JFTU was uniquely positioned to bridge this gap and to demand, as the consulate suggested, across-the-board raises for all. But it was unable to do so. 35 Likewise, there were problems in the rapidly growing tourism industry. In early 1956 the U.S. consulate reported that Jamaica's tourist board continues to be under pressure to make special appeal to colored tourists in the United States, but publicity emphasis on the quaint natives, e.g. market women with baskets on their heads, was no way to appeal to prospective Negro tourists. On the other hand, unquestionably, many of the Montego Bay hostelries are fearful of the effect on their limited and fashionable clientele if too much publicity is given to Jamaica's non-segregation. In sum, this industry was trapped between the changing situation in the United States, where non-segregation would create a more affluent class of Negro tourists, which in turn would give the tourism industry a boost for years to come, and irk the old Jim Crow crowd who violently resisted such change. 36 The rise of the U.S. Negro and the related attention to Jim Crow had the potential to impact Jamaican politics, just as it helped to liberalize the political atmosphere in the United States. 37 Jamaican readers were no doubt appalled to see an article by Renee McCole in 1956. "I'm just back from Kentucky. Frankly, I'd rather live in Russia," reported the writer in the Star, referring to the difference in treatment he experienced as a reporter in Petropavlovsk, Russia on the one hand, and Sturgis and Clay, Kentucky and Clinton, Tennessee on the other hand. Similarly, during the crucial year of 1956, Jamaican trade unions were unable to agree on protest over Soviet action in Hungary, since the Trade Unions Congress wanted to include protest against British action in Egypt. 38. 275. This was part of the changing environment that had pushed Bustamante out of power and brought Manley in. U.S. diplomats, who had done so much to crush militant class-based activism, were now nervously eyeing the militant race activism filling the vacuum. A recent jury verdict of acquittal, in a rape case brought against a black Jamaican chauffeur by the Crown, on complaint of a socially prominent white American married woman resident in Jamaica, was sparking unease over racial matters. But this case was not unique. Mrs. Manley, NDS it necessary, probably for political reasons, to frequently insist publicly that she is really colored. Beggars who are refused alms usually berate the white non-giver by slurring reference to color rather than economic status. Had they done the latter, the consulate would have been complaining about communism. Store clerks frequently turn their backs on a white customer and walk away. Most North Shore luxury tourist hotels practice a subtle but effective discrimination against Negroes. This is generally known by the government, which, for economic reasons, chooses to ignore all but the most vociferous complaints. Washington was beginning to worry about its handiwork, for as independence approached, resentments were bound to be transferred from the English to Americans and perhaps intensified. 39 Belatedly, Washington recognized that there was a price to be paid when it surpassed London in the Caribbean. These were some of the reactions that accompanied the arrival of Jamaican independence. But ironically, all the second thoughts were generated by U.S. diplomats. Smith's comrades in the United States found it hard to believe that he did not support federation among the former British colonies in the region. "Patterson," said Davis, "raised some very important questions which none of us felt adequate to discuss intelligently. He said that you were against the federation idea, but he, Pat, was not sure why." Nor was a doubting Davis. "We are particularly interested in Harlem," Davis reminded Smith, "since this, as you doubtless know, is quite a topic in the West Indian community." 40 The comrades did not grasp that Smith was not opposed to federation, just the form it was taking. Harlemites, who were trying to build a broad front among Negroes irrespective of class, based on common opposition to Jim Crow, found it hard to understand how radicals like Smith saw their fellow Negroes in Jamaica, a majority black island, as the enemy. Smith was unusually blunt, contending that imperialism's mid-20th century 276 approach toward maintaining their dominance over those they would continue to oppress and exploit is to create and develop a class of native with whom they can work in their game of imperialist sick domination. 41 From his perspective, federation was simply a way to consolidate neocolonial rule in the region and submerge local radicalism in places like British Guyana, where communists were dominant. Remember, Smith told Ben Davis, there are 1,500,000 people in Jamaica alone who could be part of this grouping. 95% are Negroes. Every political party is forced, whether they like it or not, to call themselves Labour or Socialist. It is easier for a dead cat to get elected than an Englishman. All whites are classed as English so that the only way they can rule the masses and rob them of their very lives, is through stooges. That is why stooges are at such a high premium today in these parts. But there will be some changes made. Familiar, maybe so. But Davis and Smith were living in separate realities. Davis would have been happy to cooperate with Negro Social Democrats in the United States, while in Jamaica Smith saw the Negro Social Democrats as the chief oppressor. This was one reason why he staunchly opposed the form of federation that had evolved. 42 William Patterson, an analytical attorney like Ben Davis, found Smith's reasoning problematic. Is the size of Jamaica, he inquired, the economics, national resources, capital accumulation, and related questions of such a character that they cannot be worked out in the Federation somewhat as Great Russia worked out its relations with the rest of the former Tsarist Empire? 43 Patterson sought to impress upon Smith the point that poverty-stricken Jamaica had insufficient resources to make it on its own. When he traveled to San Juan, Puerto Rico, he found it far and away above Kingston in its development. There are housing projects everywhere. And an airport that is magnificent. Really am surprised at the rate of growth here. 44 But Smith's unfortunate experiences with Manly made it difficult for him to accept federation, an idea championed by Manly. Ironically, Smith found himself on the same side of the fence as the demagogic Bustamante, who too had few good things to say about it and who claimed that it would lead to smaller islands, draining Kingston's treasury. The prominent Trinidadian writer and intellectual, C.L.R. James, collaborated with Manly on the idea, however. The West Indian Federal Labour Party, which included Manly, the corrupt Vere Bird of Antigua, and James and Eric Williams of Trinidad, was a precursor of Fed 277. Irration. Manly was willing to commit the 1,200 branches of the PNP to the cause. 45 He wooed James, telling him, I am very happy to count you and your wife among my friends. 46 And issued an invitation, saying, I would be happy to put you up while you are here in Jamaica. 47 James, in turn, offered to conduct a lecture tour on behalf of these ambitions. 48 Evidently the authorities did not think he posed enough of a threat to warrant depriving him of his passport, unlike Smith and Robeson, for example. Manly began to worry about Smith's opposition to federation in the belief that communist-inspired leaders are deliberately working on the people to get them to burn cane and argue that, they will drive the company out of Jamaica and the people will get the land. 49 Then a supporter sent him a piece of propaganda from Smith's party with the accompanying note, it looks to me like a plot to overthrow our party. Their fears were prompted by words from the Smith brochure that appealed to Rastafarians, a new religious political organization. The anti-federation struggle must also absorb the demand of the racial groupings of being repatriated to Africa. Such a grouping constitutes a large section of the people and, their demands fall within their rights of racial origins. Though it must be understood that repatriation to Africa can never be a reality without freedom from imperialism. 50 To Manly it seemed that Smith had crossed the line from anti-federation politicking to something approaching sedition. The presence of the Rastafarians was one more indication that Jamaicans residing on a small island where imports were a literal lifesaver could not be indifferent to the larger world. This was no revelation to Smith, of course, a sailor and frequenter who had logged hundreds of thousands of miles of travel during his career. Smith also felt the need to continue speaking out on controversial global matters, which did not endear him to Washington either. Even when Smith's JFTU was in decline in 1957, it issued a call to put an end to mass destruction by banning atomic bombs and guided missiles. 51 Smith contacted Bustamante directly and demanded that he endorse JFTU's resolution calling for a halt to nuclear testing. With a magnanimity that he knew was futile, Smith told his fellow Jamaican leader, "If it is your desire to act independently, we certainly would have no objection to such a move." Predictably, Bustamante was unmoved, though Smith reminded him that in many wars, particularly the last two world wars, many of the valiant sons and daughters of the West Indies have 278 perished without knowing for what they gave their lives. The resolution was a direct challenge to London and Washington, urging that funds at present spent on arms be used to help underdeveloped countries and demanding the withdrawal of all foreign troops to their respective countries. 52 Smith took his role as a spokesman for what came to be known as the Third World seriously. He bitterly assailed the U.S. invasion of Lebanon in 1958. The Anglo-Saxon imperialists, colonialists, he charged, were a predatory breed if there ever was one. From their perspective, he asserted, peoples of color were fair game, to be killed if they refused to or reject the European imperialists' ever so kind offer to carry their burdens. 53 Smith and his comrades objected strenuously when George Padmar, the Trinidadian-born activist and intellectual, expressed the view that what had saved the Gold Coast Ghana from the fate of British Guyana was that Kwame Nkrumah did not align himself with any section of the European left but placed emphasis on nationalism rather than on socialist and Marxist aspects of the anti-colonial struggle. 54 Padmar's argument was to become quite popular, particularly in North America. This was further evidence, if any was needed, of the existence of a circuit of Pan-African ideas that coursed through Africa and the Caribbean and the Americas generally. Smith, who had stared down the best that the United States had to offer, commanded respect in these circles, but at the end of the day even he could not prevent Padmar's idea from gaining adherents, most notably in the United States. Smith coupled his speeches with concrete efforts to build global solidarity, particularly of the kind that would redound to the Benet of Jamaica. The WFTU remained his main global touchstone. In the fall of 1960 he briefed Giuseppe Casati, WFTU secretary in Prague, that organizing the unorganized remains our biggest problem. Of a labor force of nearly 800,000, less than 25% is organized. There had been victimization of scores of our members. As soon as they show some militancy, down goes the axe. 55 Although he continued to rely heavily on the WFTU and its network, he went beyond it too. In the run-up to the Cuban Revolution, Smith and the WFTU were both monitoring the volatile situation and protesting human rights violations there. Before the government refused to renew his passport, he attended the Working Women's World Conference at Budapest in 1956. He told Sister 279 Zemtsova of the Soviet Agricultural Workers and Employees Union that we here in Jamaica know that women in the Soviet Union are truly free in every sense of the term. We unfortunately cannot say the same thing about women in Jamaica. 56 Smith's overall analysis was shaped by what he saw as the toxic effluvium of anti-communism. As he saw it, it was anti-communism that hindered his union organizing and therefore harmed the standard of living of Jamaican workers. As he saw it, it was anti-communism that hindered the life chances of so many. Consider Ken Jones, for example. In 1960, as he told Premier Manley, he was granted a fellowship tenable in the United States but was informed that the U.S. consulate here in Kingston could not grant a visa because they had information that he might be a security risk, as he had advocated left-wing politics while in the PNP about 1950. Minister of Home Affairs, W.M. Seabright, told Manley that under an arrangement with the United States authorities, the Consulate General has been permitted to consult local security concerning local residents. Of course, Jamaican authorities had no such reciprocal right vis-a-vis U.S. residents. Seabright attached a secret document which said that Jones had associated with Ferdinand Smith in past years. Manley told Robert McGregor, the U.S. Consul General, "I know a good deal about this case. 8 or 9 years ago it is correct that Ken Jones was closely associated with some Marxists in Jamaica, but he had not done so in VE years, and wasn't there some sort of statute of limitations when it came to red ties? It was very harsh," thought Manley, "to block him now." Jones was compelled to sign a declaration asserting, "I have never been a communist. I was a member of the People's National Party, the only political organization in which I have ever held membership." No one ever confronted the larger question, why should mere association with Ferdinand Smith block anyone's career? 57 But it was not necessary to ask this simple question because its anti-communist predicates and premises had been swallowed whole by so many. As Smith was dying, the Houston-based Christian anti-communist crusade exploded in indignation with what it saw in Jamaica. "Communists are permitted to operate openly in Jamaica," it reported. "Communists' magazines and textbooks are banned in Jamaica by law. Newsstands are not loaded with communist agitational material as in Mexico," it said in relief. However, there is one Kingston bookstore where cultural literature from communist China and Africa is sold. 280. No, this was not Smith's doing. This store was in the center of the Ras Tafarian colony, a religious group which communists are believed to be exploiting. This Red Rasta alliance was scary. In the event of a revolution, some well-placed gunga and a little agitation by communists could bring on violence against the police as well as Christians. We have already seen an example of this tactic in the massacring that has been going on in Angola. So, this was also a transatlantic phenomenon, but who was responsible for this sad state of affairs? In light of the close tie between labor and politics, it may be significant that one of the organizers of the labor movement in Jamaica was a deportee from the United States because of communist activities, Ferdinand Smith. 58 The Cuban Revolution and Jamaica's proximity to Cuba only increased the hysteria about Smith and the alleged red tide sweeping through the Caribbean. As a correspondent in the newspaper there put it, "If Guantanamo Bay and/or Chaguaramas is evacuated, that would not then leave us at the complete mercy of the communist plan for taking over the Caribbean area." 59 That same year, 1960, H. Vincent Clarke, writing in the Gleaner, recalled that about 8 years ago, "I read with admiration and pride of Sir Alexander Bustamante's demand upon the British government for a loan of £20 million to keep communism out of Jamaica, but now the tumultuous events in Cuba had made him a witness to the growth of this dreaded ideology here in Jamaica." 60. Curiously, the apprehension about communism in Jamaica arose when the island's leading communist representative, Ferdinand Smith, was anticipating death. Billy Hall, also writing in the Gleaner, was not persuaded by this point. "Jamaica is standing on the edge of a seething volcano, but all too many were sadly unaware. Communism is right on our doorstep, what are we going to do about it? Already there are 6 communist publications in Jamaica. The police recently reported ending local correspondence with Castro officials. This was part of a grand scheme, a conspiracy so immense that it boggled the mind. The communists have a plan to put a dictator in Washington before 1973 and are boasting that they are VE years ahead of schedule. With Jamaica only 90 miles from peeping-controlled Cuba, this diabolical scheme would be easier to accomplish." 61 Cuba has made Jamaica a Quimoy, a reader of the Jamaica Times noted, "and this evil that is knocking at our back door and in fact may already have a foot inside the gate, if one would only pay attention to Smith." 62. 281. Thus coaxed by Washington and some of his constituents, Manley felt incapable of protesting what was happening. But this should have surprised no one. After all, when Smith needed a passport to travel abroad for medical care, he was similarly obstinate. In the spring of 1957, Richard Hart reported that Smith has been ill for the past 18 months. He was suffering from a tired heart and his doctors have recommended complete rest. 63 Smith was endeavoring to seek medical aid, but the Kingston government was balking at renewing his passport. Said Hart, "The government is therefore saying that Smith should remain in Jamaica and to suffer and even die." 64 Smith, who had been ousted from the United States, was now being prevented from leaving Jamaica. In an open letter to the people of Jamaica, his comrades recited the sad litany of Smith's travel travails, his de facto imprisonment in Trinidad, and how the puppet government of the Leeward and Windward Islands, and the then British Guyana government acting on the instructions of the colonial office proceeded to ban him from these islands. Even Grantley Adams, then Prime Minister of Barbados, after declaring that such things could never happen there, later went back on his word as he usually does, and denied Smith entry, on what he called security grounds. Exactly what is meant by security, they asked. And what about the ease with which some miscreants entered and exited Jamaica? Remember not so long ago, they said, that the rodeo circus, of Big Sid fame, who during their operations here robbed several people in the island and went away without punishment after being allowed to enter like a king? Was not President Entime, former Haitian president, allowed to land without difficulty while seeking refuge from the wrath of the people he had robbed as leader of his own country? The thief is welcome, but the honest man is unwelcome. They reminded Jamaicans of Smith's yeoman duty for the nation and the region, donating handsome sums of $10,000 raised in 1947 on behalf of the PNP towards the Montego Bay Caribbean Labour Congress and £500 which the WFTU donated to Jamaica in 1951 to help the sufferers of the hurricane of that year. 65 And were denial of a passport and deteriorating health the thanks he received. Blocked at home, Smith reached out abroad. He contacted Kwame Nkrumah, leader of Ghana, asking him to use your good offices with 282. The Jamaican government and added a stinging reproach of the Kingston regime. 66 But no passport was issued. One reason for the decline of left-wing trade unionism in Jamaica beginning in the late 1950s was therefore the decline in health of Ferdinand Smith. In his last year, his close friend and comrade Richard Hart sent out a special appeal, reminding one and all that Smith was in his day the most prominent Negro trade union leader in the USA. He is now in hospital, having for the third time suffered a stroke and somehow survived. It is touch and go as to whether he will recover. Unless he is able to go to a colder climate before the summer of this year, his chances of survival are small. Smith was suffering from chronic disease of the arteries affecting mainly those of the brain and of the heart, 2 attacks of cerebral thrombosis, 1 of coronary thrombosis, causing degeneration and weakness of the heart muscle. A regular deterioration of his general condition and a considerable increase of both cerebral and cardiac symptoms during the warmer season of the year. In January 1955 his passport expired, and in December 1956 he applied for a new one. Early in 1957 he was informed that his application had been refused on security grounds. Even the United States had allowed communist patriarch William Z. Foster to go to the USSR for health reasons. Was Kingston going to be more unbendingly anti-communist than Washington? 67 Evidently so. Manley said that one of the reasons for Mr. Smith's application being turned down was that he wanted to go to China in 1960. Not so, said Hart, but the Gleaner refused to publish this correction. 68 Similarly, Manley refused to grant Smith a passport regardless of whether his proposed travel was for political or health reasons. In both cases the answer was no. This, despite the fact that in November 1960 Smith suffered 2 successive strokes, temporarily losing the power of sight and speech and the control of his limbs. His speech slurred, his eyes dim, his hands unable to guide a pen. Smith was in terminal decline. This was murder by political means, charged Hart hotly. 69 Manley would not budge. The Prime Minister staunchly refused to give Smith documents to travel to Eastern Europe. On August 14, 1961 at 11 p.m., Ferdinand C. Smith died. He was buried at his new home in the little mountain village of Macho in Clarendon, a stone's throw away from the partly niched house into which he had moved to get away from the heat of 283. Kingston, a mere 2 weeks before his death. Manley had eventually relented and granted him a passport renewal in early August, and Smith was scheduled to leave for Europe by mid-September, but it was all too little too late. Speaking at this graveside on August 16, his anguished comrade, Richard Hart, sadly recounted Smith's decline, which was congruent with the decline of the left-wing movement in Jamaica. The JFTU, for example, had been reduced to little more today than an educational and agitational role. But, thanks to Smith, it had begun to lobby for a cooperative housing scheme to alleviate the horrendous living conditions to which so many in Jamaica were subjected. A staunch communist to the very end, Smith's last wish was that some of his comrades who might be present sing at the grave the traditional working-class hymn, the Red Flag. So prompted, those assembled lustily sang, "The people's ag is deepest red. It shrouded off our martyred dead, and as their limbs grow stiff and cold, their life's blood dyed sick its every fold." 70. 284. Epilogue. Ferdinand Smith's ouster from the NMU and the United States did not appreciably improve the lot of sailors or the industry which they served. By 1995, this union, which had once claimed a membership close to 100,000, had dwindled to a mere 7,000. 1. The screening or purging of sailors and the proliferation of ags of convenience were among the factors responsible for this decline. Of course, there were larger trends at work nationally that were also responsible for the decline of an entire industry. The Interstate Commerce Commission has been accused of favoring railroads over shipping. The wages of railroad employees rose more slowly than those of seafaring personnel after 1945, as an upward spiral in the foreign trade operations drove the wages of seafaring personnel to record highs, not to mention the impact of a threatened global strike. Then the government began to subsidize the construction of a massive interstate highway system, which further challenged the role of interstate shipping. 2. Flags of convenience or registering ships in Liberia and Panama and hiring cheap international labor increased after the decline of the NMU, thus confirming the value of Smith's internationalism and his desire to organize and if necessary strike across national boundaries. By 1999 the U.S. communist periodical, People's Weekly World, was reporting that the NMU and other U.S. seamen's unions have had little success in stopping the re-agging of these ships. Today, said the newspaper, there's only one U.S.-aged passenger ship in operation in Hawaii, and that ship is about 40 years old. As a sad reminder of Smith's legacy, it said that the most exploited people on the ship are members of the steward's department who serve the passengers. They work long hours. It's common to see the same waiter who serves 3 or 4 tables with about 20 passengers 3 meals a day waiting on passengers at a midnight buffet. Worse, their overall income depended heavily on tips. These conditions were reminiscent of 285. The pre-NMU era, when the fear of labor organizing at sea and the communism it was said to bring led to the delirium of a passenger who claimed that the letters in the alphabet soup he was served spelled out Karl Marx. 3. Lest anyone think that such reports were special pleading by the left, these allegations were confirmed in broad outline by the New York Times in 1999. The New York Times reported that laborers on a cruise ship out of Miami work as long as 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. Most galley workers are paid $400 to $450 a month. Most are from third world countries, working for months without a day off, living in shared quarters with little or no access to the ship's public areas. They face the threat of being read without notice or cause. The Carnival Corporation, with 45 ships, the world's largest cruise company, is averaging $2.8 million a day in profits this year, almost all tax-free because the company, which is based in Miami, is registered in Panama. Consistent with the growing trend in the United States, this company, like so many others, was inside our waters and outside our laws. One of the earliest written codes, the Rules of Oleron, dating from 13th century Europe, required ship owners to provide free medical care for sick or injured seamen. But in this brave new world of post-NMU decline, even this ancient edict was being undermined. For unfortunately, the decline of the lot of seafarers was not just a US phenomenon. London's Financial Times reported in 2001 that the International Transport Workers Federation had exposed a worldwide scam to fake certificates for ships' crews and officers. A person could be granted a certificate to navigate a ship though he or she possessed next to no seafaring experience. There were a whopping 12,653 cases of certificates forged by criminals or maritime authorities, particularly in Panama, which registered 10% of the global EAT. With typical understatement, the Financial Times said that this practice endangers thousands of seafarers and placed cargoes at risk. 5. Like phony certificates, registering acts of convenience also endangers international peace and security. According to The Economist, Osama bin Laden, intelligence sources would have us believe, is, among other things, a ship owner with a fleet of over 20 ships, probably ying acts of convenience. Belatedly, the United States, spooked that. 286 Epilogue. Terrorists might turn ships into oating bombs and sail them into American ports is now trying to reform practices it helped create decades earlier. For as The Economist delicately put it, it was America, after all, that in the late 1940s, switched their tanker eats to Liberia to avoid high labor costs at home and, in turn, Liberia's success spawned many imitators in search of phony registration of ships. Now, it seems, the Americans were serious about destroying the monster they helped to create. 6. Perhaps. But if so, this showed just how far the U.S. authorities had gone to rout the high labor costs brought about by the militants of a red-lead sailors' union, the NMU. For at the end of 1946, 2,342 American cargo ships carried roughly 45% of all imports and exports involving the United States. But a scant 44 years later, 360 vessels were in service. In 2000, about 250 U.S. AG vessels hauled only 3% of the country's imports and exports despite the nation's phenomenal growth in foreign trade. What was the impact of this trend on national security, asked the Los Angeles Times. 7. It was not as if the U.S. authorities were unaware of the value of the shipping industry. In 1961, Vice Admiral Ralph E. Wilson, a member of the Federal Maritime Board, averred that in the Cold War, in the conduct of peacetime trade and commerce, our ships become our RST line of defense. They are the sure guarantee for the principal movement of our imports and exports. Moreover, during war, the American merchant marine inevitably becomes the fourth arm of national defense. Defense specialist Hanson Baldwin added, airlift, vital for quick reaction and military exhibility, cannot compete with sea lift in the transport of bulk cargoes, heavy arms and equipment, fuels and large numbers of ships. 8. So, who or what is to blame for the deterioration of the shipping industry in the United States? The answer to this question is inseparable from tracing the decline of the NMU left, as symbolized by Smith's ouster from the nation he had served so valiantly. The purges of the Union weakened it tremendously, creating a vacuum, eroding the countervailing power provided by the NMU, and unduly strengthening the shipowners who proceeded predictably to seek the cheapest labor, which led them to register in Liberia and Panama. Cheaper costs also helped to explain the decline of the shipbuilding industry in the United States. This was all part and parcel of the hollowing out of the Indus. Epilogue 287. Trial base of the nation, a process which had the added benefit of hollowing out powerful CIO unions such as the NMU. Ultimately, the effect was felt far beyond issues of national security. As the historian, Joshua B. Freeman, put it, concomitant with the decline of the NMU, ships began docking at New Jersey piers far from Manhattan and staying only a day instead of the better part of a week. Thus, many sailors stopped going into the city at all, depriving it of a presence that went back to the colonial era. The ship chandlers, rope works, and saloons that had lined the shores of Brooklyn and Manhattan since the days of Melville disappeared. The maritime unions imploded, as containerization and the end of the passenger lines drastically diminished the need for sailors as well as longshoremen, and more shipping lines used foreign crews. The Brooklyn Navy Yard was closed in 1965. At its height in 1944 it employed 71,000 men and women, making it the Navy's biggest shipyard and the largest industrial enterprise. The losses were incalculable. There was the obvious blow to the economy, as the shops that profited from the presence of so many wage workers closed down. The trade union movement in the nation was deprived of its most class-conscious proletarians when the NMU was downsized. African Americans, likewise, were deprived of jobs that had sustained them since the era of slavery. For blacks, the gains brought by the civil rights movement were bittersweet indeed, as they gained the right to eat in restaurants just as their means to pay the bill deteriorated. By 1967 few were surprised when 70,000 marchers, including large contingents from the National Maritime Union, marched in support of the war in Vietnam, which was to claim the lives of so many sailors and sons of sailors, just as it compromised the ability of the nation to get a war on poverty, victory in which would have benefited so many African Americans. Though once in the vanguard of internationalist unions, the NMU swung sharply toward national chauvinism and global reaction. After Smith was ousted, the NMU, which had once sought to bolster sailors' unions abroad so as to prevent shipowners from taking advantage of lower wages abroad, to the detriment of U.S. seafarers, moved in the opposite direction as it sought vigorously to destroy the progressive Canadian Seamen's Union. 11. 288 Epilogue. The decline in internationalism owed in more than one direction. Smith was repatriated to Jamaica. His NMU comrade Hugh Mulzac moved back to the Caribbean after he was called before the House Un-American Activities Committee. 12 But just as Smith took the lessons he had learned from the NMU and applied them in Jamaica, others also continued to act progressively, though deprived of the anchor of a progressive sailors' union. Jesse Gray, who stood with Smith to the bitter end, starting in 1959, organized a series of highly publicized protests against Harlem landlords and city housing policy, repopularizing the use of rent strikes. 13 His friend Jack Odell became a top advisor to both Martin Luther King, Jr. and Jesse Jackson after he was ousted from the NMU, which brought him to the attention of the FBI and President John F. Kennedy. 14 Jim Peck, former NMU member, became a leading organizer in the civil rights movement, just as his NMU comrade Bob Kaufman joined the front ranks of poets. 15 On the other hand, by 1952 Blackie Myers had become a ship clerk in Harry Bridges' union, but he never recovered from the sting effects of McCarthyism. 16 By the late 1990s, Paul Palazzi was a broker in the red-hot Manhattan real estate market. 17 As these NMU militants were being swept out of the union, Joseph Curran in turn was promoting handsomely. The union purchased his tailor-made suits, size 46 extra long, size 13 and shirts, 36 sleeve length, among other goodies. 18 In 1979 he was sued by a rank-and-file NMU member who charged that he and his successor as union head, Shannon Wall, had taken hundreds of thousands of dollars in the form of unauthorized perquisites and cash payments. Judge William C. Connor of Federal District Court referred to their rule as a sorry chronicle of the arrogance of privilege and callous betrayal of trust. The lead plaintiff, Jim Morrissey, charged that when he joined the NMU in 1941 it was a damn good union. They reacted quick to Seaman's complaint You were free to talk and criticize. That was during the much reviled reign of the so-called Stalinist leaders of the Union. But once the Stalinists were booted out, corruption and dictatorial methods became the rule of thumb. 19 According to one analyst, Curran was deft in disqualifying or eliminating oppositionists, transforming the Union press into propaganda organs and instilling an atmosphere of physical terror and rigged elections. 20 Curran had erected multi-million-dollar buildings. Epilogue 289. Named after him. He was protected by an army of private guards. He was an absentee boss, remaining for the most part in his winter residence in Boca Raton, or in his summer residence in Dutchess County, New York. He was notorious for signing multi-year no-strike accords. NMU officials, once elected by union members, were now appointed by him. 21 Curran had been able to maintain his dictatorial rule by using the same kind of sledgehammer tactics that he had deployed so adroitly against Smith. He had taken to heart the chilling words of the Confederate naval officer Raphael Semmes, who once said, "Democracies do very well for the land, but monarchies, and absolute monarchies at that, are the only successful governments for the sea." 22 Harold C. Nystrom, acting solicitor to the Secretary of Labor during the Eisenhower administration, was amazed that at an NMU election ballots were numbered in such a way that, by comparing the signatures contained in a registration record book, it is possible to identify voters with the choice expressed by them, which violated the Union's own constitution, not to mention elementary due process. A candidate for office who had protested some election irregularities, and some of his sympathizers were assaulted by a rival candidate and other Union officials. 23 In 1960 James Mitchell, the Secretary of Labor, asked a federal court to invalidate this NMU election, which involved Curran and 74 other officers. 24 Curran's questionable methods may have been exceeded by those of Wall, one of the few labor leaders to back the election of Ronald W. Reagan for U.S. President in 1980, who, in putative payback, was eyed for the labor secretary post. 25 Blacks in labor had not benefited much from the purge of the left. In 1957, A. Philip Randolph, a former antagonist of Smith during his tenure as leader of the Union of Sleeping Car Porters, was perversely compensated for his truculence when he was actually barred from some AFL-CIO meetings with the ICFTA because of the objections of the latter. 26 Who the hell appointed you the champion of Negro workers of America? Asked AFL-CIO boss George Meany. The AFL-CIO claimed that Randolph's union was the sole racist union in the Federation because almost all the porters were Negroes. 27 As the 20th century dawned, the shrunken NMU, reacting its decreased relevance to the political economy of the nation, had reverted to its origins somewhat, as an Afro-Panamanian, René Lyoenja. 290 Epilogue. Took the reins of leadership. Lyoenja confirmed once more the preeminent role that men from the African diaspora have played in sailing in this country, continuing the tradition embodied by David Grange and Ferdinand Smith. 28 At the same time, in a maneuver that may have had Curran twisting in his grave, in 1998 the Union placed full-page greetings in the program book for a banquet designed to raise funds for the newspaper of the Communist Party. 29 The foundations of the nation were not shaken by this gesture, despite opinion to the contrary decades earlier. Completing the historical circle, the party of Norman Manley, the PNP, sought to make amends to Richard Hart decades after the fact by expressing its contrition for his ouster. In so doing, they were also by implication making amends to Ferdinand Smith, who too had suffered when the PNP decided to climb aboard the bandwagon of the Red Scare. The continued plunge of the Jamaican currency, the violence that tore apart working-class communities in Kingston, and the extensive poverty that continued to scar this beautiful island all attested to the fact that few Jamaicans had gained when Smith's attempt to organize the workers was foiled. Indeed, by 2002 the sugar industry, to which Smith had given so much time and effort, was on life support. Finance Minister Omar Davies argued that the government must now think seriously of shutting down the state sugar sector and turning its attention to more feasible ventures. This would leave 40,000 people without jobs in a society where the official unemployment rate is 15%. 30 David Bryan Davis, the eminent historian, has remarked that the deadly failure of communism in no way lessens the historical and contemporary crimes of capitalism. 31 Certainly, it is difficult to comprehend what Jamaicans or sailors gained when Ferdinand Smith was trounced because of his red beliefs. For Smith was indeed punished, a punishment that continued to resonate long after he was sent to his grave. In 1964, a secret memorandum posted to the FBI revealed that we have now received from our Jamaica office information from a secret and reliable source, that an additional contributor to the Widow Fund of Smith is a man named Craig Vincent of San Cristobal, New Mexico, who claimed to have been a good friend of Smith during the war when Vincent was in charge of the Atlantic Coast manpower operations for the War Shipping Administration. 32 long after Smith had passed away, the U.S. authorities continued to conduct surveillance against his widow and family as if they feared his ghost would reappear, like some apparition in the night, and seek once again to lead black and red at sea. There was little hope of this, of course, though black labor, it seemed, was destined to remain at sea, adrift, shorn of its moorings, as long as it turned its back on the radicalism, and the internationalism, of Ferdinand Smith.